They just sent you the presentation.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't. It hasn't come through yet. Okay, got
I
it.
just got it.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. It's okay. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4. Here.
All right, today's invocation will be led once again by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office Chaplain Frank Lidke. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges to our flags.
Shall we pray? Father, we're thankful for this time that we have. We're thankful, Lord, that we live in a county that recognizes you in a time like this. We pray and we seek your help. We seek your wisdom and we seek your guidance. I pray for the judge and the commissioners that you would give wisdom with the many decisions that they take during the course not only of this meeting, but the course of their day. We pray, Lord, for our leaders, our sheriff, his staff, as well as those that are working with the folks, inmates that are incarcerated, as well as the officers on the street. We pray for them. We thank you for this day. We ask that you would continue to bless our nation, one nation under God. And I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning,
All right,
Judge Commissioners.
Agenda announcements.
Oh, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. A couple of announcements this morning. First of all, item H1 under the Criminal District Attorney section.
Go ahead.
Item H1 under the Criminal District Attorney session, we're going to hold that item until after closed. Item P33 in purchasing, that's being removed from the agenda completely for today. And also item T1A is also being removed from the agenda completely today. And court members, we have several items which have been pulled from consent. So this next batch are ones again that have been pulled from consent. So the first one is I4 under elections. Also I5 under elections. P35 under purchasing. T2A. And finally, T3G and T3H. That's it, sir.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements?
Yes, Judge, I have an announcement. I'd like to put out one last reminder and call for our 10th annual Healthy Lives Matters Alzheimer's Symposium that is coming up this Saturday, August 23rd, starting at 9 a.m. and will end up around 1 p.m. We'll be providing free of charge breakfast and lunch for all attendees. It is a great event filled with lots of resources for the community, lots of access to care and support for those who are caregiving for loved ones who are dealing with Alzheimer's and dementia. And I would encourage all those who have loved ones or friends of loved ones who are dealing with dementia or Alzheimer's to invite them to come out. We will be at Tarrant County College, Trinity River campus. So you can find out more information or register on our website, the county website. Just go to Precinct 1, and there is a link for the Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Caregiver Symposium. You can call our offices and register as well. So we look forward to seeing all of you there this coming Saturday. Again, August the 23rd at 9 a.m., we will be at Tarrant County College, Trinity River campus. Thank you.
Sir, we don't do point of information from the audience. That's not going to happen. If you want to find a staff member, you can ask a question of a staff member. No more interruptions of the meeting for what you want asked or put out there. I'm not going to talk to you again before I have you leave. So please be quiet. All right. Any other commissioners' announcements?
Yes. So I wanted today to take this opportunity to recognize Texas State Representative Nicole Collier, who represents District 95, where each of you is sitting today. I want to say thank you to Representative Collier for her principled stand in defense of legislative dignity and democratic representation. Representative Collier spent the night last night on the floor of the Texas House after refusing a Republican demand to be placed under the watch of the State Department of Public Safety. And when House Democrats returned to Austin after their quorum break over redistricting, the House Speaker announced that Democrats could only leave the House floor if they had received written permission and agreed to be under law enforcement escort. Her refusal to do that is notable. While the others signed the permission slip, Representative Collier said, "No way, not doing it." And she stated, these are her words, "I refuse to sign away my dignity as a duly elected representative just so Republicans can control my movements and monitor me with police escorts." So her refusal reminds me of the courageous acts of resistance throughout this country's history, when people of color and people of conscience refuse to submit to systems designed to strip away their dignity and fundamental rights, just as enslaved people who refuse to carry passes that control their movement. Representative Collier understood that signing such a document would be tantamount to accepting treatment as something less than a full citizen and elected official. And this situation reflects a broader pattern. I've witnessed personally the targeting and harassment of Black women leaders who refuse to be intimidated or silenced. As an African-American professional in this role myself, I've experienced firsthand the disrespect, bullying, conspiratorial behavior from colleagues on this dais and county executive staff who cannot accept inclusive leadership. Many of my peers in leadership positions like this, including Nicole and Jasmine, Congresswoman Crockett, endure similar treatment, but this extends beyond elected leaders. This goes to African-American women in boardrooms, in middle management, in blue-collar supervisory positions across our nation. So Representative Collier's stand yesterday, which continues today, was a declaration that enough is enough. And so rather than submit to being treated with surveillance and control, reminiscent of our nation's darkest chapter, she chose dignity and principle. And so for that courage and tenacity, I'm proud to recognize her strength, and I'm grateful to her for her leadership. And I'll be going to visit her in Austin. Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioners' announcements?
Yeah, I'll make one on empowering seniors. Mark your calendars, October 2nd. Judge O'Hare's office and Precinct 3 are working together to put that on. It's going to be a great event for seniors. Go to empoweringseniors.com, get a lot more information on it. If you want to be an exhibitor or a sponsor, you can also do that there. But we'd love to have a great turnout on October 2nd for Empowering Seniors. And I would just say, it's kind of a counterpart to what Commissioner Simmons just said. I was actually in the Texas House in 2021 when there was another quorum break, and I was subjugated to be held in Austin for 30 days, not getting to work on anything. And every day I had to get a permission slip to leave the chamber as well. So nobody's being targeted. Nobody's being individualized. Nobody's being
Quiet.
It's all because they fled the state last time, and measures have to now be put in place to make sure that they will stay and do their job.
Okay.
And so,
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
If there's another outburst, you will be removed immediately. We're not going to do that up here today. I'll have an announcement in a minute. I'm looking straight at you because I've seen you do it 3 times. You'll be gone if you do it another time. Okay.
so I want to.
Remove her now. Take the lady in green out. Good. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you for coming.
So I want to applaud Speaker Burrows and House Administration Chair Charlie Guerin for making sure that the people of Texas can continue to do the work that needs to be done during the second special session. Drastic measures have to be used because of the first quorum break. So I appreciate the House leadership there.
Thank you. On another note regarding Empowering Seniors, so this is an event that puts seniors together with caregivers, people who provide services for seniors, help them to be able to get their Medicaid right, their Medicare right, all sorts of things. It's a great event, extremely nonpartisan. It is something started really by Commissioner Gary Fickus many moons ago, and then Judge Whitley took it up. We decided, Commissioner Fickus and I, to combine it because it ended up kind of taxing some of the providers, and they ended up having sponsored twice, and it took money out of their hands instead of putting it into the hands of those who need the help. So we combined it to have one, and it's a great event for seniors. I encourage everyone to send their friends who are seniors or who may be becoming seniors. It's a wonderful event that puts a lot of people in a lot of good spots and gives health care checks and all sorts of things that's good for our senior community. Any other announcements from the dais?
I have one. I would like to wish our colleague, Matt Kraus, Commissioner Kraus, a happy birthday. It's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Commissioner Kraus.
Happy
Thank you,
birthday.
Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Okay. We are now to the proclamations and resolutions and presentations section. I guess before I get there, let me make a couple of announcements because once we only got one item on there, and then we're kind of getting into the meat of our agenda. My goal for today for everyone here is for you to get to say your piece in an orderly, respectful fashion. So there is a set of decorum rules that this court passed, another set that they operated by for many years that was passed by a majority of this court, I believe about a year ago. When you sign up to speak, you promise to abide by those rules. So what I hope to see is everyone gets up, speaks, follows the rules. Everybody can do it in an orderly fashion. I hope to not have to tell one person, please lower your voice. I hope not to have to tell one person, you cannot make profane remarks. That is my hope, but that's going to be up to the speakers. So do know I will enforce the rules. I'm a believer in decorum. You may not be. Some people on this dais may not be, but I am, and I think a majority of Americans are. So we're going to enforce the rules. And part of those rules are, once we get past the proclamation section, there are no outbursts, there is no applause, there is no rallying. This is not a political rally. This is a business meeting of the Tarrant County government. So with that, we will now go to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. The first and only item on this section is a memorial resolution honoring Mr. J.W. Robinson. Who's presenting this one?
I am.
Okay, Commissioner Miles.
Before I start, I would like to acknowledge and recognize Mr. Robinson's family. If you would stand when I call your name. Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Aquanita Robinson. This is the wife and widow of Mr. J.W. Robinson. His daughter, Dr. Kiana Roberts, and his granddaughter, Natasha Robinson, and his son-in-law, Albert Roberts. We love you, we support you, and we are here for you. Thank you for coming today. You may be seated. Whereas the family and friends of Mr. J.W. Robinson were deeply saddened by his death on Sunday, July 27, 2025. And whereas Mr. Robinson was born on June 20th, 1947 in Holly Grove, Arkansas, to Timothy Robinson and Shed Robinson. And whereas Mr. Robinson received his formal education in the public school system in Holly Grove, Arkansas, drafted into the United States Army and deployed into the heart of the Vietnam War, where he earned the National Defense Service Medal, Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, Overseas Service Bar, and expert qualification in marksmanship. And whereas Mr. Robinson worked in the construction industry after returning home to Kansas City, Missouri, then transitioned to the food service industry, where he developed a passion and love for quality food and personable service. And whereas, after learning the craft of signature Kansas City barbecue style, his family moved to Texas to open Parks and Robinson Construction. This business led to their personal construction of the now infamous Robinson's Barbecue, located at 1028 East Berry Street, Fort Worth, Texas. This legendary barbecue pitmaster took Kansas City-style barbecue and added his very own Texas twist. And whereas Mr. Robinson will be forever cherished by his wife, Aquanita Robinson, his children, Lachelle Robinson Hall, Dr. Kiana Roberts, grandchildren, Natasha Robinson, Kevin Dixon, Albert Roberts III, Carrington Roberts, and a host of longtime friends, customers, and extended family. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner of Tarrant County Precinct 1, and Commissioner Elisa Simmons, Tarrant County Commissioner Precinct 2, pay tribute to the memory of a beloved and honorable man, and extend our deepest sympathy to the members of his family and his many friends for their great loss. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 7th day of August, 2025. And on a personal note, I would like to say Mr. Robinson's barbecue spot was a formidable part of my upbringing and my childhood. As a student at O.D. Wide High School, at lunchtime, it was not unusual to see a host of my classmates and I driving down East Berry to get to Robinson's Barbecue to get us a chopped beef sandwich, a bag of chips, and a soda for lunch. That was my daily meal for lunch. And it was the best chopped beef sandwich this side of heaven, let me tell you. And every time we would go and Mr. Robinson was there, he would greet us with the biggest smile and say, make sure you get enough. And so he will be greatly missed. His fingerprints and his influence is on the majority of the south side of Fort Worth, Texas. His legacy will live on not only through his family members, but those of us who were blessed to be in his presence and to be touched by his life. I thank God for Mr. Robinson, and I thank God for his family. If the family will come at this time down so that we can take a picture with you with the memorial resolution. Let's all give the Robinson family and the legacy of Mr. Robinson a round of applause. My colleague reminded me, I got a little caught up I move for approval.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
I'll only say that working patrol in Fort Worth PD on the east side, we also filled our bellies quite often at Robertson's Barbecue, and it was incredible. Still is.
We have a motion and a second with no further discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously. You're in favor. Good. I figured you might be, so. Okay. Welcome. Great. Hi. Thank you all. All right, now we move to our consent agenda as amended.
Move for approval?
Second.
We have a motion, yeah, it takes a little longer to get back to the stuff. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended, and we have a second. You got it? All right, any discussion on the amended consent agenda? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of approval, raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Now takes us to the regular section, starting with 10A1, the administrator's section, consideration of out-of-state travel requests.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve that item. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. The next item is D1, Budget and Risk Management. Do we have any comments from the court? Court wish to discuss anything related to the budget?
So we have no items that we're presenting today for the FY26 budget.
Okay, we have one speaker on the budget, and that is Dr. Harriet Harrell.
A budget is a moral document. A budget is a plan. A budget is the foundation that lets county government serve its people. The goal of a budget is not simply to cut. Last week, we celebrated a low tax rate. You do know, of course, that a low rate also means fewer services. We owe residents honesty about that trade-off. Here's how an effective budget process should work. Immediately after this budget passes, launch a strategic planning process that includes all elected officials and a true cross-section of Tarrant County, urban and rural, business and labor, neighborhoods, nonprofits, faith communities, young people. Ground that plan in shared values, a clear vision, and a mission we all commit to. From there, build consensus on the county's top needs and prioritize them. And for each priority, define solutions with timelines, cost estimates, and measures of success. Only then are you ready to start to build a budget. Without that framework, departments compete, ideology fills the gaps, and power plays decide who gets funded. That is not leadership, it's roulette. And roulette produces unintended consequences that hurt real people. It is time for Tarrant County to be professional. I am not criticizing the hard work of our budget office. I am saying they've not been given the strategic tools to do their best work. Commissioners, your job is to lead. Leadership means being strategic. No more seat-of-the-pants budgeting. Start a county-wide strategic planning process now. Publish the values, the priorities, the timelines, and the price tags. Commit to a rolling 3-year framework. Report progress publicly and adjust with data, not headlines. If we want the lowest taxes, say clearly what services we'll do without. If we want stronger services, say clearly what we will invest and why it matters. Either way, the citizens of Tarrant County deserve clarity, consistency, and a plan. Budgets without strategy are just spreadsheets. Let's do better. Let's lead.
Thank you.
There is no applause here, folks. Don't make me have to deal with it. Just be respectful. Anything else from the court members on the budget? Okay, moving on to item H1. H1 is held until after closed, but we do have a speaker. So our speaker is Dr. Brooks McKenzie. I guess that's not Dr. Brooks McKenzie. Is Dr. Brooks McKenzie here? Is there a spillover room?
I believe only right outside.
Okay. Can y'all check and see if Dr. Brooks McKenzie's out there? I'm assuming they have microphones out there. Is there some kind of speaker system
There are
set up
speakers out there.
Okay. All right. I don't see a Dr. Brooks McKenzie. Doesn't appear to be one coming. So we will now move to I-1. HIJ. We will move to I-1, Election Administration, consider to approve an order calling a special election on November 4th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this order calling the special election on November 24th. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we move to I-2, consideration to approve an order calling a constitutional amendment election on November 4th, 2025.
Move for approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that. Any discussion there? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Now we get to, I have it marked as another I-2. I'm assuming we just got it wrong and it says I-3. Whatever it is, it's consideration to approve proposed early voting and election day polling locations for the November 4th, 2025 joint special and constitutional amendment election.
I move to reject.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to reject. Any discussion before we let Clint present his views? All right, seeing none, Clint, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. Happy birthday, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The last time we were up here discussing early voting locations, the court told me, don't come back with the same list. Go do your homework, look at the locations, and bring forth something that you can support and that you've done some analysis on, and something that will support the voters. And so that's what we did. We went back, we looked at voter turnout, looking at the locations. We calculated what is it, how many voters can we actually process at a location per hour? On average, that's 104 voters per hour per location, with an average wait time of about 10 and a half minutes. So that's kind of the peak velocity that we're looking at with the max wait time or the average wait time. So as we were looking, and especially our early voting locations, we went back and said, okay, 2023, what's our turnout? That was the highest turnout odd year election that we've had recently compared to 21, 19, 23 had it. So I went through, added 10% to that number to increase just for some growth. Traditionally, we don't see 10%, but went for 10%. And then calculated the velocity. How many locations would we need on the busiest day of early voting to process those voters? And it's 12. 12 locations could process the busiest day of early voting in 23, adding an extra 10%. And then we went back, looked at same thing for election day. What's it going to take? Unfortunately, our odd year elections, they just don't get the turnout. Early voting, we saw it had 10% the turnout that we saw in 2024 during early voting in 23. And overall, for the 23 election, even though it was higher, it still didn't even hit 13% voter turnout. So on election day, doing the math, looking at it, it would take approximately 80 locations to handle the volume of voters that we would receive, even with the 10% increase. Clearly, we have many, many more locations like that available, or available that we could use and had used in the past. So then we went back and looked and said, okay, if 12 is what will handle it, how do we make cuts? Where do we look? How do we make sure we get the best locations we can? So we started every location, it has to be ADA compliant. That's the first thing we look at. We check, make sure that every single one of our locations is ADA compliant. And then we went back and we looked at the voter turnout. Where do the people choose to show up? And we couldn't just take, the 12 highest turnout locations and throw those on a map, because it puts them all in specific areas, and you have big gaps all over the map. So we also had to look at how do we get locations spread around the county to ensure that there's accessibility, the distance isn't too great for anybody to get there. And in doing that, we looked, if we had two locations that were really, really close to each other, the location that had the higher turnout was the one we would keep in order to get there. And we also looked at the spaces in the polling locations. Are they large enough to allow us to have more equipment than normal? If we're going to use a few less locations, can we add some equipment to ensure that we're not creating extra lines and we can process these voters? And so we picked locations that did have that space. And then more importantly for early voting than election day, recent legislative changes call for election equipment when it is stored, or when it's being used during the election, it must be stored in a separate locked room. So we looked at our polling locations that gave us that for early voting that had the separate locked room, because anything that would be in a common area would require the staff to tear everything down every night, store it, lock it up, and then set everything up in the morning. And generally during election, we only set the equipment up once and we tear it down once. So doing that for 12 days, obviously you introduce a lot of risk to the locations opening on time, equipment breaking due to the use. So we looked at those locations that were going to give us and meet those types of requirements. On the list, you're going to see that there are 4 locations that weren't used in 23, and that's Forest Hill, the town hall. That takes the place of the Forest Hill Community Center. That was a decision Forest Hill made in order to switch that location. Then we now have the Arlington Active Center, which is taking the place of the Ron Wright Library. It's a brand new space. They're giving us a much bigger space. It's very close to the Wrong Right Library, and it's just a much better space, and we'll be able to better handle the voters. So we're very thankful that the City of Arlington is allowing us to use that one. And then we looked at the North Park YMCA. They allowed us to move in to replace the Golden Triangle location. Although Golden Triangle would get good turnout, the parking in and out was very, very difficult, and what would end up happening is voters would park in the field across the street, and they would play Frogger across Golden Triangle to get to the polling location. So obviously not the best situation, and we were able to find a better one for that one. And then you'll see that we have Saginaw Public Library, which is taking the place of TCC Northwest, which took the place of Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD building, because the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD building is no longer there. They tore it down. So we had shifted to TCC Northwest, but then we were able to get the Saginaw Public Library, which has far better parking, a much better space to utilize to assist the voters. So with all of the proposed locations, we're looking at an average distance of about 4.5 miles between locations. Now the longest distance is 10 miles, and it's the Azle ISD PD up there in the northwest corner with the lake. We just don't have anything else around it. Now, these recommended lists are the bare minimum that we would recommend. We wouldn't recommend going any lower than this to assist the voters. When we were looking, there were a few that I wanted to brief the court on that were very, very tough decisions. And when we were looking at getting them down to the bare minimum, that's what this list includes. But Como Community Center is one location that we really, really struggled with, and including on the list. But again, we got down to the bare minimum, knowing that the court can make changes, and if they wish to add, could. Where it's located, turnout, it's right there, kind of in that gray area, and it very easily could have been added to the list. The other location is the Legacy Learning Center. Although very low turnout, it's kind of up in the north section there, and there's just not a lot around it, and would be a good one to consider adding to the list of the 24. And then the last area we looked at is in the North Richland Hills area. We had a group of 4 locations that really are right on top of each other, but there's still really good turnout in that area. And the Bedford Public Library gets the most turnout in that area. And looking at our decision to take the location that gets the best turnout, that's the one that we ended up choosing. But due to the turnout in that area, we could see adding either of the Northeast Sub Courthouse or the Brookside Community Center to assist with that volume. So again, this is kind of that bare minimum that we believe we can execute and pull off the election. The election day locations, there was a change in the statute in 23 that changed how we calculated the bare minimum, and that got us to a required number of locations of 347. The legislature, this past legislative session, went back, rescinded that, pulled it back to what it used to be, and now the number of locations that we must have on election day is 212. The list before you has 214 locations. We didn't go even though the math says 80, we didn't go all the way to 212 because to leave a little bit of wiggle room. If generally something does happen to a location between now and election day, one falls off, pipes burst, things happen, in order to make sure that we hit that mark. But 212 is as far as we could go. And again, we were looking at locations, which one provides the best voter access and the use. Something else to consider is we have recently had several entities are sending us their notices that they're going to be joining in the election. And then the entities can choose on their own to add locations that they pay for their elections. And the ones that we would anticipate probably doing that are Haltom City, which usually they use the City Senior Center and or the Haltom Library. The City of River Oaks, and they may request the River Oaks Annex. City of Hearst, they may request the Brookside Center. We got the City of North Richland Hills, and they most likely would pick either the city hall or the library. And then Northwest ISD is just called a special election, and they may in turn want the Legacy Learning Center. And then Kennedale also is on there, and they may request Dover Hall when joining in those elections. So that's kind of the 10,000 view of what we did, what we went back and considered to get to this. Again, this proposal is the bare minimum that we believe we could use to have a good election. But there were some tough cuts that were made, and we could see adding a few as well.
All right, I have some questions for you. How much does this save over the last election?
Over the last election, I didn't calculate. We were looking at just the reduction in cost of polling locations, and it's over $1 million.
Okay. Did any member of this court ask you to put something on this list or take something off this list?
So after it was published, obviously I received some phone calls and was asked to make changes to the list.
Okay. Let me start with this. Did anybody is this your list?
So
Is this
list-
elections list is what I'm
Yes, this
asking.
is elections list. Myself, my team, every location that was recommended is a location that we recommended. Every location that did not make the cut, or that we cut, was a location that we chose to cut. Not a member of the court selected any one of those locations or asked us to remove any of those locations. This proposal is purely ours, and our recommendations.
Okay. So, after the county went to countywide voting, which I believe was 2019, is that right?
Correct.
Elections told the court, not a single member is sitting here today that received this, but elections told the court after a handful of elections, they would go back and look at what they could cut because with the countywide, you can now vote anywhere. Can you confirm what I just said to be accurate?
Correct, Judge. My understanding, the initial agreement was we're going to use everything that we have, and then eventually they would go back and look at the locations and then reduce in areas that they thought they could to get the cost savings. Unfortunately, that didn't happen prior to me. Then 23 with the legislative change mandating that 347 polling locations, it just didn't give us the room. If you all remember, we were scrambling to get to 347 just to meet the requirement.
So the first time this analysis was actually done was for ahead of this 2025 constitutional amendment election?
Correct, Judge.
Okay. Besides the constitutional amendments, which I would venture to guess 99% of the public cannot name a single thing on there, and if they can name it, it's the homestead exemption. I know there's Senate District 9 is on there. Is there any other election for office?
For office, I don't believe so. I believe most of the cities are propositions.
Okay. So, is there any law that requires us to have the same amount of polling locations for each election?
No.
Okay. How much does it cost to operate approximately? It's probably different for each one. How much does it cost approximately to operate one early voting location?
On average, a little over $10,300.
Okay. So we went back and looked at some numbers, and so I'm looking at the 2023 constitutional amendment election. We had an early voting location that had, and I did some math. My math could be off by a handful of hours, but we had one location that had, over the course of what I believe was 12 days of early voting, and I think it was about 120 hours of being open. We had one location that had 95 people vote the entire time.
Correct.
We had another location that had 116 people vote the entire time. So if you just do some quick math, that lowest one, literally less than 8 people per day, less than a voter per hour, And so you've gone through and cut a lot of those locations for 2023.
Correct.
This is not your recommended list for 2025, is it?
No, it's not, Judge.
Okay. There were several legislative changes. You briefly mentioned that. One of them was the Springer bill that came out and said you had to have one voting location in 2023, I think is when they passed it. You had to have one voting location for every 2 precincts. There was some more nuance to it, but that was it. That's what required us to have 347. Multiple counties, multiple elected officials complained, said, you're making us waste money. I think for the presidential election, how many total votes were there? 830-something thousand?
Yes, Judge.
And we had 349 locations on election day, and it was 20% of the vote approximately.
Close, little over 20%, yes, Judge.
I mean, we had locations that were vacant for hours.
Yes, Judge.
So they changed the Springer bill, as it became known down in Austin, that allows us to go down to what on election day locations?
212.
212. And so your recommendation 214.
Correct.
All right. So last year, I guess it was, when we had this discussion, and I did not pull this information, so this is purely from memory, but on election day, we had one precinct with 100 locations and another precinct with 80 locations, are the numbers that stick out in my head. And then another one maybe had 82, maybe had 84. And I think the message that was delivered by a majority of folks up here was, it's too late now to go create uniformity, but we want something more evenly balanced. Is this more evenly balanced?
Yes, there's a difference of 1 between the precincts.
Okay. I told you, I said it was 839,000. It was 828,000 people, 544 voted in 2024 election. And the 2023 election had 156,220. So, what is that? I mean, is that 20% even? It's not even 20%. There was one other question. One of the legislative changes said something to the effect of, this past session, said something to the effect of, and it's, you talked about it when you pack up every day, there has to be a secure room for it to happen, for it to be in, that you have access to at all times.
Correct, Judge.
Were there any locations that said they could not accommodate that?
Specifically, two that we reached out to, UTA and TCC Southeast, both said that they could not accommodate that.
Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
I've got one, Clint. Thanks for all your work on this and to your staff. I know it was painstaking, took a lot of time. What kind of partisan analysis went into these decisions?
0.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Commissioner Ramirez is
oh,
recommending.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Go ahead if you'd like.
Oh, you're fine.
Go ahead.
I jumped in and did.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Because I'm long-winded.
No, go
so.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay. So it was good to hear some details from our election administrator today. But let's kind of talk about process. And you just heard a previous speaker discuss process with regard to the budget. And I don't know if anyone up here wants to admit to having had input on these lists. Or how about, did the elections administrator schedule meetings with you or your staff to go over this? Probably could have gotten a lot of your great questions answered if he had stopped by and visited with each of us like is customary when executive staff has policy, procedure, changes, initiatives, ideas. You come and get our input and feedback and try to go and mash it up and make it work. But that didn't happen. So saw the list on the agenda, called him, talked to him about an hour, and asked for analysis. Where's your analysis? Where's your data? And he got this to me on Saturday. That's not analysis and data of the election process for a county of 2.2 million people. So I don't have faith, I don't trust the process that was used. It wasn't, forget the commissioner's court. It wasn't transparent to you. There was no opportunity to participate, give input. There are a good number of you in that audience that knows elections, polling places, the whole gamut better than any of us, and even better than Clint. And so to not go to the community, the parties, the commissioner's court, I have a problem with that. So there's no evidence that due diligence was conducted by the elections administrator. He single-handedly developed these lists without guidance and input from the 5-member governing body, the top leadership in this county. So to me, today is not a day to vote on these lists. I think we need to have a specially called meeting to settle this issue. Get me the data. I'm interested in the data. It sounds like the judge is. He had a lot of questions. To see how we got here. How did we get to a place where we will be causing massive voter confusion? Let's just start with that. Impeding and limiting access to the ballot box. These voters, me included, you can call me a senior citizen if you want to, I'm 62, have a specific place they like to vote. I am stunned that the people out there are probably stunned too about particular sites. I'm stunned that you removed the Bob Duncan Center in Arlington. It is incredible. Senior citizens, white, Hispanic, and some Black that frequent the Bob Duncan Center. I could go on. But I think that, I would amend my motion to table this so we can at least get the data, be able to analyze it as court members, give input. You mentioned the new state law with regard to, I think, secure rooms at colleges and universities. I have relationships with my college presidents. I could text them and say, hey, can you get us a secure room? And I don't think that would be a problem. But you didn't check with the people who know their precincts extremely well, with the people who are connected to the people.
Actually, Commissioner, specifically with UTA, I did reach directly out to your office and ask if you could make contact on the when I was looking at going, and the instruction I received from your office is that you yourself wanted to handle that communication. I did follow up and spoke with Gabe, and he had mentioned that he had looked and they were not willing to move us out of that community center, or the Maverick Center.
Okay. So my aim here is to not vote on this today until we get some data. that we can look at.
So is that an amendment to your own motion?
Yes, I can.
And what is your amendment?
I move to amend my motion to table the vote on the list today.
Why don't you just revoke your motion?
Um,
Your original motion.
I'll ask the
Withdraw
attorney.
withdraw your amendment, withdraw your motion and make a new motion.
I'll take my advice from counsel.
Either way is fine, Commissioner. I would suggest here to be clear on what the record is, to take the approach of withdrawing the previous motion rather than amending it and perhaps causing some vagueness or confusion, and just make a straight motion to postpone to the next meeting, whether it be a special call or regularly scheduled.
Thank you, sir. So I withdraw my initial motion, my
Is there a
original
requirement
motion.
for the second to agree to that? Is there? Or is it once it's withdrawn, it's withdrawn?
I would say that in this instance, if the motion is withdrawn, there would be no requirement
Okay.
for a second
All
on
right,
this.
so it's withdrawn.
All right, so I move to table the vote on item I3.
Now, we have a motion to table the vote on I3.
Second.
We have a second. All right. Further discussion, questions, comments for Clint or each other before speakers?
I've got plenty of questions, Clint, and I appreciate you touching base with me last night to answer some of them. Obviously, I think you're figuring out that communication probably would have gone a long way to answer questions on the front end. When I saw the list, first of all, I applaud you and your staff for going through and trying to be analytical and data-driven as we were selecting these sites. As you mentioned, that there are a lot of efficiencies to be found in a lot of places where there was waste in some of these locations where people were sitting around not doing much. Perhaps their efforts could be used to funnel people to other locations as opposed to sitting in vacant areas. So I appreciate you doing that and culling the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Some of them that didn't make sense to me, though, when I saw this proposal, were ones that I know to be historically utilized very heavily. Ones that, candidates campaign ad, ones that have convenient parking, ones that are in unique areas. We talked about the Como Community Center last night. I think that's one that's very heavily used by all of the surrounding communities there. When I think about Fort Worth in particular, and that's what I'll focus on here, some of these neighborhoods are like cities in and of themselves. And so when you think about Northside, you may say, well, it's close proximity just north of the stockyards to downtown. Well, not many folks from Northside are going into downtown every single day for any other reason. So a convenient location in that area makes sense. You think about the same thing for Westside. You could say that's Como Community Center, because the closest one to that one is the Southwest Sub Courthouse. And that's, or the Benbrook Community Center, whichever one you map it, and then they're about 5 miles away or 7 miles away, whatever you want to say. And then also the last question I'll ask, and I know I'm saying a lot, the last question is about TCC Northwest. That's right off of the freeway. It's a much different geography than going into McElroy and at Saginaw to get to the library. So just kind of piece by piece what your justification was for those, because what I was hoping to hear was that there was some scientific method that based it on population, on geography, but I didn't hear that. I heard that there was a lot of things that were kind of left discretionary, which I don't mind. You're the elections expert, not us. However, seeing these communities as individual communities, and especially the sites that have a history of being heavily utilized, I really would need a strong justification as to why we're going to cancel those out. But again, I support the effort in the aggregate. I mean, I think you had a mission and you came back, and I'm actually glad that it was independent, that you decided to do this on your own. I'm glad for that. But again, I think you're seeing some of the pitfalls by not checking in even after you had your first proposal. So if you would start by explaining justification on Como.
So Como, like I said, that one was a very difficult one that we went back and forth on, and that's why I brought it up specifically as one that potentially would be worth adding. It's right there on the border because we got Brookside and down the southeast sub courthouse, Tarrant County Plaza. It's kind of right in that area. So there's the capacity to handle the voters that were there, but understanding it's just kind of far enough. It was a very difficult one, and that one was, we were trying to get down to the bare minimum, saying this is the least we could use to make this happen, but anything that we add obviously would increase and add some benefit to a point. So that one, it was a very difficult one to cut, and hence the reason I highlighted that one as possibly one to add. The Northside Community Center, that one, the location, not the greatest location, and they had 160 voters in 12 days. And so it was near the very bottom of voter turnout. And so we chose not to include that one, even though, you know, we have.
Which one are you
North-
referring to right now?
Northside Community Center.
Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I asked specifically north side Fort Worth, if there were a convenient voting location that you identified for that particular area.
Yeah, the only location that we have kind of in that area is the Northside Community Center, and it only had 160 voters for early voting.
Well, I think Northside Community Center and Diamond Hill Jarvis Library, correct? Those are in close proximity.
I guess Diamond Hill, if that is technically North Fort Worth, it's so far north. So yeah, Diamond Hill is there, but unfortunately, the law requires that the election center be a polling location. So I had to have my location, which is just down the street from Diamond Hill. So we had that one. And I can't cut my location, although the turnout would say we should. The law won't allow it, or I would.
And TCC Northwest?
TCC Northwest, parking has been an issue there historically. And then that one does give us, it's kind of a fishbowl thing that they put us in, but they have to go and remove all the furniture. We go in, set up, and then we have to pull out. They go in and put all the furniture back in. And the Saginaw Public Library has much better parking, a much better room to handle those voters. So we chose the Saginaw Public Library because it is a new facility that has just now become available for us.
Yeah, I look at, and again, this would have been great to have this conversation, a couple of weeks ago in an office somewhere where we could plot these things on a map. Because when you look at just demographically, I'm very familiar with the area. It's where I grew up. So I know everybody that's going to Saginaw Library is coming from the north down, and then primarily everybody that's going to go to TCC Northwest is probably coming from within inside the loop up. That's probably how it works out every year. So it's not like the same voters are going to the same places. Now, I say all that. I mean, I know you can't have an election center on every single corner, and you can't anticipate all of these things. And again, I think you've put forward a good effort in trying to accomplish the marching orders that I think you got after the last exercise on voting centers. But on these, I mean, to get comfortable with this, I mean, I really would like to see Como added, potentially TCC Northwest, and potentially something in Northside Fort Worth.
The one other thing on TCC Northwest is out of the 44 locations in 23, it was in the bottom 10 for turnout. So there was another reason to not utilize that and shift to the library, because the library having better parking, better access, we thought might help increase the turnout as well.
Anything else over here?
I'll say one more thing. Clinton, when we talked, I know everything was driven by just pure voter turnout. And I think that's the right way to do it. I think what you were looking at, I understand some of the concerns Commissioner Ramirez was just talking about. But I actually appreciated that that's how you looked at it. What's the most efficient, effective way to handle this election, to get people where they need to go, where they've already shown us that they're showing up to vote at the ballot boxes. Let's take our resources there so we get people in more efficiently, more effectively. I think that was actually really well done. I guess my thought when we're saying we didn't, it was a unilateral decision, why was he the one doing all this? Sounds like you were the one tasked with that. And so when we tell you, please go do this for us, it seems disingenuous for the court then to say, why did you make these decisions? I understand we need some more communication, but that's what you were charged to do, and that's what you came back. And so again, I applaud that effort. If we vote down the motion to table, and what I was going to come in and be prepared to do right away was to move to adopt the voting centers that you had, but add 3. And one was Como. I think we ought to add Como in. From our conversations yesterday, that one was right there on the margins. And there's really no other good geographical location that the people in that community can get to very easily. So I thought Como was good. The Legacy Learning Center up in Hazlet, I also think was good. I was going to move to add that one because, as you said, that gap for that 10 miles, Azle, there's not much there. And as Commissioner Ramirez knows better than anybody, Hazlet and anywhere is hard to get around. Bonds Ranch Road, you probably need something closer to there to get all those people in that area done. And then based on our conversation, the Northeast Sub Courthouse. Now, having said that, I would say that's the third in terms of priority because we do have the Bedford Public Library. So if somebody else wanted to add something there, I get that. But based on our conversations, those were like the 3 that were right on the edge that we're no longer having. So I'm prepared to make a motion, if we don't table it, to adopt your map, but add Como, Legacy Learning Center, and the Northeast Sub Courthouse, unless there's an overwhelming reason to adopt one of the other ones. But I appreciate your work, and I think you've done a good job of hitting the target that we asked you to do. And I think everybody understands nobody's going to be completely excited or thrilled with losing precinct or voting locations, but that doesn't mean that that's not what we should do. So thank you for your work.
I have a comment, Judge. The first thing I want to say is this. This is not about wasteful spending. This is about voter accessibility. Everybody deserves the right to have a place that they are comfortable with and familiar with to go and to cast their vote. My people bled, died, and suffered and fought for the right to be able to vote. And to dismantle or to take those rights away from us that we worked hard to get is unacceptable on any level. It's not about money, it's about access. If it's only one person that goes to a voting site, so be it. That's one person that got to participate in the democratic process. It doesn't matter the cost. It matters making sure that everybody has access and the ability to go and vote and to let their voices be heard. If we want to really talk about it, let's talk about why there is voter apathy. Let's begin to build strategy around voter engagement. Instead of taking places away from people, we need to make it more accessible to the people. So as we talk about voter access, in 2021, Tarrant County voters had 48 early voting sites and 323 election day polling locations. In 2023, early voting sites decreased slightly to 44, but election day sites actually increased to 330. Under this proposal for November 2025, voters would be left with only 24 early voting sites, a 50% cut, and 214 election day polling sites, nearly 1/3 fewer than in 2021. Not to mention, many of the closures are concentrated inside the A20 loop, leaving Central Fort Worth, including historic Black and brown neighborhoods, disproportionately affected. That, my friend, is problematic. All college campus early voting sites have been eliminated, disenfranchising young voters, first-time voters, and working students who depend on accessible polling near their college campus. Let this sink in. The following cities have no early voting locations whatsoever: Everman, Kennedale, Haltom City, Hurst, Euless, and Edgecliff. And there's only one location for the whole of Grand Prairie. That, my friend, is problematic. This comes on the heels of midterm redistricting battles that already weaken community representation. Now, reducing polling locations is in my opinion, a direct continuation of attacks on every citizen's fundamental right to vote. Once the number of polling places decreases, it rarely rebounds. The precedent being set here risks locking in long-term voter suppression, in my humble opinion. In the 2023 election, turnout was just 12.48% of registered voters, and 5 sites saw fewer than 300 voters. Instead of closing sites, again, we should be asking why turnout is so low and addressing access barriers. Residents without cars, who rely on public transit, or who juggle multiple jobs will face the greatest burden when polling sites are miles farther away or reduced altogether. And let me add this. This is part of the systemic problem. We have people who do not connect and resonate with the people in the community. We don't have people who are here, who are making decisions, who are poor, who work multiple jobs, who have transportation issues, who have childcare issues, and all of these barriers facing them. But they are the ones that are making the decisions for these individuals. We're leaving these people out of the process. We're making them invisible. And that ain't right. Our job is to represent every representative, every person in the county. The ones that look like us, the ones that don't look like us, the ones who have what we have, and the ones who don't. Everybody needs to be included in this process. And the way it is presently presented, they do not. And that's problematic. And we need to look at the humanness of ourselves and begin to see people for who they are and where they are and what they need, and not make decisions and judgments based upon our experience and our lens. That's what we're doing. We're making decisions based upon our personal lens. And we're not taking into account what the people who will be affected by this need. I want you to think about that. While state regulations and budgets create pressures, disenfranchising entire communities is not an acceptable solution. Democracy should not be sacrificed for administrative convenience or cost savings. Democracy in Tarrant County is being chipped away, first through redistricting, now through cuts, now to voting sites. This is not about efficiency. It's about eroding access and silencing voices. 60 years ago, these kinds of tactics were unacceptable, and today they remain an insult to every voter in Tarrant County. And as I close my remarks, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, give us the vote. We're not asking for it. Give it to us because it belongs to us. Thank you.
Sit down.
I have something else. Okay. So this plan, as presented today, it makes it harder for people to vote, not easier. And so making it easier for people to vote, hopefully that's what we all want, is more voter turnout. I've heard Clint say, since I've been on this panel, over and over, he needs more polling locations. He has stood at that podium and said that repeatedly. And so we've got a perfectly good list of polling places from 2023. Use it. The ones that are not welcoming us back, of course, but use that. Now, make this make any sense to me, and Commissioner Krause, I think, touched on it. The Northeast Gary Fickus Sub-Courthouse, number 8 on the list of the highest vote-getting polling places in the county, but he removed it. That kind of thing has got to be explained. So people need to be able to vote without having to worry about trying to figure out where to go. Everybody's not going to jump on their phone or try to find out what their precinct number is. They're going to turn around and go home if it's not at the usual place that it's been at. And we know resources are not the problem. The FY '24 full-year contract labor spend was $2.4 million, and the current budget allocates $3.3 million for contract labor. So that gives us more than enough to fund the staffing needs to keep voting accessible. You know, unless I'm wrong, but you can come by and tell me. I looked at the budget. So it feels like we're doing two things at the same time. We just finished drawing up a new map because our county is growing so fast, right? We just redistricted. Got all these new people, we think. But then we turn right around and say, we're going to cut our voting spots in half. Come on now. Come on. That just does not add up. And so when you take away places to vote from, I can't even, there's so many segments of the community that you're discriminating against. It's hard to pick one. Senior citizens, you know, when you say UTA, you think the campus. But if you've lived in Arlington for almost 40 years, as I have, you know that neighborhood. And that neighborhood is a senior neighborhood. Those people can walk right across the street, get their steps in, and vote on campus. You're discriminating against African Americans. Who takes coma? You're discriminating. You know the voter turnout at Vernon Newsom is a high minority population, but, and I'm going back and forth between list, election day, and early. So, y'all know what this is called: voter suppression, impeding access to the ballot box. And really, Clint, it was, what, almost a year ago that we were up here about the polling places on college campuses. And it's a big fight, a whole bunch of people up here. And it failed. So we know the Republican Party of Tarrant County, they've said it, thinks only students are only Democrats and they only vote on college campuses, whatever. So what you're doing is the work of the Republican Party. You went ahead, so we wouldn't have to debate it up here. You went ahead and said, I'll just remove all college campuses. And you are, an elections administrator, must have integrity. You 100% have to. And that's called into question when you cut by 44%, almost in half, the number of polling places for each of these constituents. We can talk about working families, got to rush home and pick up the kids from daycare, but you're discriminating against them when you cut these vote centers in half. Senior citizens, African Americans, Latinos, it goes on and on. And so I've got my motion on the floor. This proposal, this list is not right. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation, because you don't, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I do, and I can show the public what it looks like now and how many spots you're taking away. Where are the IT people? Is it up? Gabe, if you can click. All right, in 2023, we had 331 Election Day polling locations. In 2024, that number was 349. And this draft proposal today has 214 sites. That's a net loss of 117 polling places from the last constitutional amendment election, a 35% loss of location. So that's what that looks like. 23, look at all those accessible locations. 24, or 25, proposed 25. And that's what we're talking about doing. That's election day. And here's early vote. 2023, 44 early vote locations. In 2024, we had 51, but I didn't show that. So then you go to the proposed for 2025. I mean, it's ridiculous. Go back to 23, 25. Thank you, sir. These aren't small changes. These are drastic cuts that will have a real and painful impact on our voters. And what really gets me is where these cuts are being made. All the colleges are gone. Our young people, students, they deserve a convenient place to vote. And walking from UTA to the Arlington Sub Courthouse is a hike when you're walking, okay? So we should be encouraging participation in our democracy, not putting up barriers to folks' civic duties. So that's all I've got for now.
All right,
So
anybody
the
else
college
have
campuses,
anything?
ma'am?
Sir?
I was just going to say, in 2023, we only utilized 2 college campuses anyway, and UTA was not one of them.
Okay, I know. I do know
So,
that.
anything else from anyone up here before we go to the speakers? All right, thank you, Clint. This is I3. All right, our first speaker, I will remind you, please follow the rules. Our first speaker is Mindy Tackett. Following Mindy Tackett, we have Daniel Peters. If I call your name, and will you please make your way to the center aisle? It's 1 minute for this item.
In 1980, Paul Weyrich, a founder of the modern right, said the quiet part out loud. I don't want everybody to vote. Our leverage goes up as the voting populace goes down. That's the playbook, and his heirs, obviously, are still at work, closing polling places in Black and Latino neighborhoods and college campuses, coming on the heels of maps that split communities apart, all behind it, white Christian nationalism. If your faith, your race, your neighborhood doesn't fit their vision, the goal is keep you from the ballot box. That's what's happening here. You all fear the people of Tarrant County. You want to decide who counts and who doesn't. But democracy only works when voters choose their leaders. And today, everyone here and everyone watching online can see how dangerous your choices are to our democracy.
Thank you. Is Mr. Peters present? Daniel Peters. Do we still have people out there? Anyone?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
All right, Daniel Peters, I called him. We're moving to Candace Swanson. Following Ms. Swanson, we have Allison Campolo. Is this Ms. Swanson? Okay.
Judge, we do still have people outside.
Say it again.
We do still have people out in the overflow.
Okay.
Ready? Thomas Jefferson said, "We do not have a government by the majority. We have a government by the majority who participate." The new locations will suppress participation. Tarrant County is growing. 89 people move here a day. Closing half the early polling locations and 130 some odd of the same-day sites will suppress turnout. By creating voting deserts in minority communities, you force voters to travel farther to exercise their rights, especially the elderly and those of limited means. These tactics are not a sign of a healthy democracy, but we all understand you need to ensure a win for your side. Judge, you demand respect in your court. Cracking, packing, and suppression are unfair and disrespectful to those you serve. Please be fair and respect the voters. Do not make it more difficult to participate in elections. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Campolo. Following Ms. Campolo is Taylor Ramette.
Hello. Okay, so I called Clint the other day and I asked for locations, and he said that's something for the commissioners to change the list. So I'm officially requesting that we change the list of the proposed polling locations. I would, at the very least, recommend that we add in some polling locations, even if we don't add in all of them. I'm not asking you to open the Everman Civic Center if nobody votes there. I would please request the following 6 locations, which is the South Service Center or something equivalent to it, the Euless Family Senior Center, the Como Community Center, and the Bob Duncan Center. Those are the top 4. So those were in the top 24 by population and by turnout from the 2023 list. Those were very highly utilized and used. And then also the Vernon Newsom Stadium and at least 1 location in the north side. I know Manny and I agree on almost nothing, but he's completely right. We can't have no locations in the north side. We need at least 1. We closed the Northside Community Center, you closed the campus, you closed the Diamond Jarvis Library. That's not acceptable. We need at least 1. Nobody's going
Thank
to.
you.
Thank you.
Is that Mr. Remet? Okay, following Mr. Remet, we have Nicole White.
As an Air Force veteran, I took an oath to defend the Constitution, an oath that didn't end when I hung up my uniform. That oath is why I'm standing here today. At its core, the right to vote is not a partisan issue. It is the foundation of who we are as Americans. Every one of us in this room may differ on policy or party, but we should all agree on this. The ballot box must remain open, accessible, and fair. The proposal to cut the number of early voting locations in half and the closing of over 100 election day polling sites will make it harder for working people, for young people, for Black and brown folks, seniors, for voters who depend on nearby places to cast their ballot. We are not saving money, we're spending trust. And once trust in our elections is gone, it doesn't come back. It doesn't come back with the stroke of a budget pen. History may not remember the margins of this election, but it will remember whether we expanded democracy
Thank you, sir.
or diminished it.
Nicole White, is she present? Following Ms. White, William Marks. Is William Marks present? Next, we would have Fallon Brazel. William Marks or Fallon Brazel?
The voters you're trying to suppress are my constituents. My name is William Marks. I'm a candidate for the Texas 25th Congressional District. So eliminating voting locations is an assault on the rights of the working class, an assault on young voters, an assault on everyday Texans, an assault on truth, justice, and the American way. This map of voter suppression is stealing the American promise that everyone has a voice, that the government exists of the people, by the people, and for the people. So if Republican policies are so good, let them stand on their own. Let the people decide and bring back every location you're trying to eliminate.
Is Fallon Brazel here? All right, with no Fallon Brazel, Whitney Wood Juarez. Is Ms. Juarez present? Whitney Wood Juarez. Is that Ms. Juarez? Are you Ms. Juarez? Yes. Okay. Following Ms. Juarez is Abiola Agoro.
Good morning. Access to the ballot box is the foundation of our democracy. Closing these locations will create unnecessary barriers for students, working families, and communities of color. Many of these voters already face challenges like transportation and long work hours. Removing convenient polling places will only make it harder for them to participate in our elections. Instead of limiting access, our county should be doing everything possible to expand it. Every voter, every vote matters. Every voter should have an equal opportunity to cast their ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Abiola Agoro present? All right, following Ms. Agoro, we have Diane Simmons or Simons.
How many of you all still have your grandparents or your parents alive? Show of hands. Nobody has grandparents or parents? If your grandmother fell in the middle of the road when I had an interview, would you want me to take the time to help her? We often talk about what is legal. We talk about what we feel obligated to do. But helping people is not convenient. Helping people and doing what is necessary for people is one of the most inconvenient things in the entire world. But it is what we must do. Many of you all have lived by different mottos your entire life. I'm sure Judge O'Hare will recognize Veritas Liberabit Vos, or the truth will make you free, from SMU. Disciplina Presidium Civitas, or cultivated minds are the guardian genius of democracy. I'm not asking for you all to do what is easy. I'm not asking for you all to do anything that is easy, but I am asking for you to abide by what you have been said to abide by for your entire lives.
Thank you. Following Ms. Simons, we have Josiah Weber.
I'm Diane Simons, precinct, I guess it's 2 now, but I'm also a precinct chair, 1206. Also, I am a House coordinator that takes care of 97. And I just want to let you know that, you know, I've lived and grown up in Benbrook, and I still go to Como. Why? Because the parking is horrible in Benbrook. And if you're disabled, the parking, all the people that park there in the parking spot work there. And it's hard to get around and not actually hit somebody if you're doing curbside voting as well. Como has a lot of curbside voting. And anybody that's been there, they'll always see that. And so you're taking away, and people that are in a wheelchair, our public transportation only holds 2 people max. And people are having to wait for the next time to come around. You took all the other locations out of Fort Worth pretty much. We have to be able to get there.
Thank you.
And you can't take them away.
Thank you. Is Josiah Weber present? Josiah Weber. Okay, the time is 11:31. We are going to take a break, a recess until 11:40. So we will be back at 11:40 to continue public comments. We're in recess. Yeah. All right, please go ahead and find your seats. We will resume. And the next person we have to speak is Stella Fair. Following Ms. Fair, we have Sonia Boyle. Is Ms. Fair present? I heard her say, "I'm here." I think I heard that.
Good morning. I guess it's still morning. During a Commissioners Court meeting in early 2024, one of you said, and I quote, "I don't believe it's the county government's responsibility to try to get more people out to the polls. While this statement may be true, it is also not your responsibility to reduce voter turnout by eliminating access to polling places. It is your responsibility, however, to ensure that all voters of Tarrant County have unfettered access to free and fair elections. I urge you to honor your duty to the voters of this county and reject this proposal."
Thank you. Sonia Boyle present. Following Ms. Boyle, we have Elizabeth Gonzalez.
Hello, it's nice to see y'all. Commissioners, I'm here speaking today to urge you not to close any voting locations and perhaps add more to HEB area, DFW area, and other parts of the community, especially those serving lower income and diverse neighborhoods. These communities already face significant barriers to voting, including limited access to reliable transportation and great challenges for elderly residents. Reducing polling places would only make those obstacles worse, forcing people to travel further, wait longer, and potentially give up on voting altogether. I currently volunteer to help seniors in my area to get to appointments, grocery visits, and any other obligatory appointments that they need in their free time. This would put a significant obstacle on those individuals. We have seen in the past elections that long wait times, fewer voting sites, hit working class and minority voters the hardest. These residents deserve the same access to the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Gonzalez. Is Ms. Gonzalez present? Elizabeth Gonzalez. Okay, Isabella Barnett. Hi. Following Ms. Barnett, we have Stephanie McCartney.
Hi. I believe that it is common knowledge to most people in this room that having equal access to the ballot box is a civil right that's recognized and protected by the Constitution. I believe it is the representatives' responsibility to protect and uphold that right through their actions and policies. So I'm speaking today to express my deep opposition to the motion to close a portion of Tarrant County's early voting locations. To call early voting locations a waste of taxpayer money is an extremely insensitive and, quite honestly, an insult to the people of Tarrant County. Personally, I do not believe it is an elected official's place to hypothesize on how to disengage constituents from their civic participation. This decision would affect college students living on campus, specifically those without a vehicle, individuals without the means to travel, working people without the schedule to vote, and those with disabilities and more from marginalized communities. To move forward with this decision is an active form of voter suppression, specifically targeting young, working voters and Black and brown voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie McCartney. Following Ms. McCartney, we have Vanessa Nunn.
Tarrant County and this court have a shameful record. Texas already ranks last in voter access, and Tarrant County is following the state's worst trends. We demand transparency and justice. We call on this court to immediately halt all closures and release the full list of cuts, hold public hearings in affected areas, and restore voting access with mobile polling units and extended early voting like Harris County. This is about fairness, and if you unwisely proceed, we will file federal complaints under the Voting Rights Act. We will mobilize voters to remember this in November, expose who benefits from silencing Black, Latino, disabled, young, and working class voters. The nation is watching. Will Tarrant County stand for democracy or suppression? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nunn, did I call out Vanessa Nunn? I'm calling out Vanessa Nunn now. Vanessa Nunn. Jennifer Snowden. Vanessa Nunn or Jennifer Snowden? Do we still have people outside? Okay. Sabrina Ball. Vanessa Nunn, Jennifer Snowden, Sabrina Ball. Okay. How about Suzanne Mabe? Miss Mabe, come on up. No, we'll go ahead and let her go now. Miss Mabe, we'll have you second, okay?
Hi, I'm a native Texan and a mom and an election judge in Commissioner Ramirez's district, or at least I hope to still be. At my precinct, we've worked hard to grow turnout. I see men and women coming straight from long shifts, sweaty and tired, but determined to vote. I see mothers with children, seniors, and veterans who depend on us. These are not wealthy families, but they are American families with the same right to vote as anyone in Southlake. When you cut early voting sites like UNT, Como, and TCU, sites with great access for working families and the elderly, you're not saving money. You're sacrificing democracy to save a buck. Working families built this country. Don't silence them now. Stand with us, not against us.
Next, we have Suzanne Mabe. Following Ms. Mabe, we have Gwen Baroud.
Hi, I came here to ask you to reconsider these selections that you presented to us. But Commissioner Miles stole all my thunder. And so I want to second everything that he said. But I have a couple of small things to say. If your goal is to suppress voting, you're doing a really good job. And there are only 2 sites within Loop 820, and the public transportation outside of Loop 820 is non-existent almost. So that needs to be rectified. And then I want to ask you, why would you make it harder for every year for people to vote? You're charged with overseeing the elections, and you shouldn't try and cut the budget to keep people from voting by removing places to vote.
Thank you. Following Ms.
welcome.
Baroud, we have Andrew Kawa.
Hello, Court. Gwen Baroud here, and I represent Texans Defending Democracy, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization committed to protecting Texans' right to vote. This proposal would reduce Tarrant County polling locations, and it lacks clear rationale. Looking at early voting locations alone, high turnout and polling locations across Tarrant County, such as Brookside Center, Como Community Center, and Euless Family Life Center, as well as the Golden Triangle location, would all be closed, while lower turnout areas would lose access altogether, as Commissioner Ramirez pointed out. This means voters will travel farther, face longer lines, and depend on limited public transportation services. 2/3 of the remaining sites are hard to reach without a car. And if one site shuts down due to technical problems, the backup would be few and far, as far as locations, would be few and far between. These closures make voting harder,
Thank you.
not easier. Please, make voting
Thank
easier.
you. Is Andrew Kawa present? All right, Kawa is how to pronounce it, Andrew. Molly Sanchez. Catherine Godby. All right, Molly Sanchez. Ms. Godby, come on up. Following Ms. Godby, Ann Zeta.
I've been trying to understand what it means that I'm white. Believe me, it's a painful journey. When I first learned that this was agendized today, my spirit sank. I'm so tired of these racist policies, racist actions by my county government. Voter suppression is an act of violence. It's in the long tradition of what Ben Boswell calls white terrorism, as in the Middle Passage, chattel slavery, police brutality, redlining, mass incarceration, gerrymandering, sundown towns, lynchings, urban renewal, Jim Crow laws. White people have been terrorizing black people for over 400 years, and we've got to stop it. Thank you.
Ann Zeta. Following Ms. Zeta is Aaron Perks, or Perkis.
Good morning. I'm Ann Zeta, newly
Morning.
racially gerrymandered into Precinct 4. I didn't realize until I was preparing my remarks that I was dressed all in black, but I guess it's apropos of the issue that I'm here to speak on, the steady whittling away of our democracy. With only 1 minute to speak, another example of your efforts to limit the voices of constituents, I will just say that I am opposed to the reduction of polling locations that disproportionately impact Black and brown voters. Several years ago, while serving on the Fort Worth City Council, a demographer from Rice University presented to us the growth of minority communities that were destined to make Fort Worth and Tarrant County majority minority, and here we are. And now we have to fight to ensure that those voices are heard. Eliminating polling locations will not make people go away, but it does make it harder for those voices to be heard. This is voter suppression. I also wanted to say that with the limited process of voters, it's not about limiting the ability to process voters. It's the proximity of voters to hear their voices to be heard. And is the goal the bare minimum? I keep hearing the bare minimum.
Thank you. Is Aaron Perkis present? Perks, my apologies. Aaron Perks. Following Ms. Perks is Anand Patel.
Hello, I'm Erin Perks, a resident and taxpayer in the 76110 zip code of Mistletoe Heights. I'm here today to share concerns about the proposed closures of early voting locations. Under this plan, residents of Mistletoe Heights, Berkeley, Tanglewood, Overton Park, Monticello, Crestwood, and many more would lose access to longstanding voting sites like Southside Community Center, TCU, and UNT Health Science Center, leaving only the downtown courthouse, which is harder to reach and navigate. Tens of thousands of residents would be funneled into one location. If this is about efficiency, why aren't reductions distributed evenly across the county? Central Fort Worth and historic Black and Hispanic neighborhoods would be disproportionately impacted while other areas are left untouched. What steps will this court take to ensure that these cuts don't unfairly burden some communities over others? Trust in our system depends on every voter having equal, unburdened access to the right to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Anand Patel present? Anand. Next, Loretta Hardiman. Following Ms. Hardiman, we have Yvonne Thompson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am your lead for COMO. I would just like to say real quick, COMO is a well-oiled machine. We're efficient, professional, and if you vote there one time, you'll come back. If you come in with a problem, I'm going to make sure you have a solution. That's my promise. Commissioner Ramirez, thank you for recognizing COMO. It's needed. Commissioner Kraus, is that right? Happy birthday. That's it.
Yvonne Thompson. Is Yvonne Thompson present? All right, Peter Irvin. Yvonne Thompson, I'll call again. Following Mr. Irvin, we have Aisha Hassan.
My name is Peter Irvin. I have been a resident of Tarrant County for 4 years. I demand the court reject the proposed early voting and election day polling locations for the November 4th, 2025 joint special and constitutional amendment election. Furthermore, it appears that at least 3 members of the Commissioner's Court have forgotten our founding fathers' position on petty tyranny. To this end, I will remind you that when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the cause which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men.
Thanks, sir. Next, we have Aisha Hassan. Following Ms. Hassan, we have Reed Bills.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Hassan, and I live in North Fort Worth in Precinct 4. I'm speaking in opposition to the consideration to approve early voting and election day polling locations for the November 4th, 2025 election. My message today is to you, Commissioner Manny Ramirez. I am appalled at the idea of shutting down so many early voting election day polling locations. This is a first-class example of voter suppression. and you know it is. This proposal disproportionately impacts people of color and their right to accessible voting locations. You cannot possibly stand for this. You cannot possibly stand for this proposal with goodwill and face the people you swore to represent, just like me, knowing you are actively suppressing votes. This proposal is a disgrace, and I ask you, as a citizen in your precinct, to please stand on the right side of history and not vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Read bills present. Following Ms. Bills, we have Libby Willis.
Judge O'Hare and his Republican cohorts are again trying to suppress voting in Tarrant County by drastically cutting the number of polling locations, especially in places where people of color and college students usually vote. I would like to address the funding implications of this proposal. The court communication indicates there is no fiscal impact. Apparently, no fiscal impact study was conducted. So I assume that means there is no cost saving to reducing the number of locations by half. If that is the case, that leaves only political motivation for this proposal. I urge you to vote against this blatant act of voter suppression.
Follow is Ms. Willis present. Libby Willis. Libby Willis. Next, Anna Camarena. Is Ms. Camarena present? Lydia Bean. Following Ms. Bean, we will have Rita Adam.
My name is Lydia Bean. I'm the chair of the Broadway Baptist Justice Committee and one of the founders of the Tarrant County Faith and Justice Coalition. I'm speaking here today to ask you to not adopt this proposal to close polling locations which are disproportionately in Black and Latino and working class neighborhoods. And I want to remind you that the right to vote is not a suggestion, and it shouldn't depend on the color of your skin or the neighborhood where you live. And when you close polling locations, you make it very expensive and time-consuming for working people to vote. You force people to take off work, to take a bus across town, to walk 2.5 hours to the nearest, because that's how long it takes to walk 5 miles in Tarrant County. So creating a poll tax is a violation of people's voting rights. Please reconsider this list, particularly focusing on historic neighborhoods of color, and make sure that everyone has a polling location where they can easily and conveniently vote without having to take off work, hire a babysitter. Thank you.
Is Rita Adam present? Rita Adam. Alexandria Williams. Following Miss Williams, we have Toby Lyles.
Hello, I am a Tarrant County resident, college student, and precinct chair for 4179, where early voting will be almost non-existent for us. Our Texas Constitution, actually, no, I'm sorry. The study by Enrico Cantoni shows that a 1/4 mile increase in travel distance can cause voter turnout to drop by 5%. You're considering cutting more than 100 polling places, so what do you think that difference will make? Fewer sites means longer lines, lower turnout. It'll lead to confusion, more mistrust, and unnecessary boundaries in our government. This means seniors, students, and families without reliable transportation will be unfairly burdened. This is not efficient. This is voter suppression. These changes will fall the hardest on underserved communities, young people, and working families. And at a time when trust in elections is already fragile, cutting polling places is a direct spit in the face of democracy. Voting is a fundamental part of democracy, and these decisions should expand access, not restrict it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rita Adam. Is Rita Adam present? I didn't read that one very long. Toby Lyles. Following Mr. Lyles is David Richardson.
I too disagree with this proposal to remove many polling locations all across the land. people feel as though democracy is very much fleeting, and representation is not reflective of the population, and those entrusted to serve the public often do not. It is very disheartening for this to even be proposed. I admit some appreciation for Mr. Ramirez for at least trying to be somewhat objective about some things, and encourage you all to not necessarily vote on this. Gather more detail and truly serve Tarrant County.
Following Mr. Richardson, we have Laura Lehman.
Thank you. We've been drowned in facts and reason and enlightenment thinking today. I have too much to say for my minute, so I'm going to tell you a story. I want to tell you about my neighbor's grandmother. She lives out past the gravel road where the mailbox leans like an old man in the wind. She's voted in every election since 1952, rain, shine, or Texas heat. Last year, she took 2 buses and a ride from a church volunteer to reach her polling place. If we cut locations in half, she won't make it. And if she doesn't vote, something sacred goes quiet. Not just her voice, but the memory of every generation she carried with her
Thank you,
to
sir.
that ballot box. Am I done?
Yes, sir. I'm assuming that's what that beep was. Okay. All right, Laura Lehman is next. Following Ms. Lehman, we have Stacy Mello.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Laura. Well, here we go again. How to cheat and steal to keep power by suppressing voting opportunities in Tarrant County. Leading this charge, Judge O'Hare, Commissioner Ramirez, and Kraus. For the November 4th special election, these 3 men shamelessly want to slash over 100 polling locations, cutting election day sites from 349 down to just 214. People are not stupid. While you claim this is about efficiency, we all know it's really about making voting harder, just like when you tried to close college polling locations last year, and just like you racially gerrymandered the county commissioner precincts. Commissioner Ramirez, remember when you said, add more sites, don't take any away, regarding the college polling locations debacle? Stealing power by cheating voters lacks morality, and it flies in the face of biblical teachings. Proverb 11:1. The Lord hates anyone who cheats, but he likes everyone who is honest. We've had enough of your terrible policies. Voters are already know what your actions are harmful. Thank you.
Stacy Mello. Stacy Mello present. All right, following Ms. Mello, we have Karen Grissom.
Well, 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 here we are again, fighting for our right to vote. I'm not surprised, though, as it seems like the only thing that y'all are really good for is suppressing people's right to vote. So congrats on that. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and beg y'all to do what's right, which is voting against this voting list. You already know that that's the right thing to do. But I also know that y'all don't really care what your constituents have to say. You didn't care when you racially gerrymandered our precinct maps, and you don't really care now. So really what I just want y'all to be aware of is that we know that the reason that you're doing this is because you're scared. You're scared of the reckoning that is coming for you in 2026, and you should be. Because every single time that y'all try to do this BS of trying to restrict our right to vote, it just lights a fire under us. So I hope that you're scared because we are coming for your seats in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Grissom, is Ms. Grissom present? Karen Grissom. All right, following Ms. Grissom, or I guess not following, but June Naylor Harris. Approximately how many people are still out there, Deputy, if you had to guess? June Naylor Harris. Is June Naylor Harris present? Jennifer Macias. Is Jennifer Macias present? Chandler, do we have, you said there's speakers out there, so I'm assuming they're right outside those two doors. and
Right,
If
what
they
I've
hear
been-
it, I should see them pop up in that
What I've
window.
been told by staff is we're trying to call names ahead of time out there to have them lined up
okay.
if they are sitting out
All right, Jennifer Macias. Charles Bills. Following Mr. Bills is Levon Cockrell.
I want to reiterate something that Mr. Miles said about that the voters, when they come, they want a place that they always know they can go to vote. And when you close something that's been around, like Como Center, has always been open for voting, and have it suddenly not be available to voting, that just causes way too much stress and confusion. You know, there's not anybody saying, no, now you have to go 3 miles away. There's just nothing. There's just no voting there. And that's just not acceptable.
Ms. Cockrell. Following Ms. Cockrell is Wessie Anderson Jr.
Being unpopular is a problem. Beto O'Rourke lost Tarrant County by only 24,319 votes. Judge O'Hare, you won by 34,969 votes, and Commissioner Ramirez, you won by 23,628. But 38,000 registered Democrats who live on the north side did not vote. Cutting $81 million to JPS, ICE raids, locking up Nicole Collier, Tarrant County, Trump's approval rating is 38% and falling. Repubs are unpopular, hurting people is unpopular, cutting polling places is unpopular, and you work basically 1 day a month for a $220,000 plus salary. I laugh because you can't stop publicity, the door-to-door explainers, the continuous phone calls to the Democratic headquarters, our thousands of volunteer forms filled out. You can't calm the anxiety in Tarrant County because you created it.
Thank you.
You awoke a low blood sugar
Thank you.
sleeping giant. and
Please
it's
step away
mad.
from the microphone. Wessie Anderson. Mr. Anderson? Okay. Following Mr. Anderson is Kristen Hartwell.
Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm new to Texas, been here 2 years. The only thing I've heard since I've been here is voter suppression. My question for you on the redistricting is, how does it affect you three as far as your neighborhoods? The polling closes, how does it affect you three and your people?
It's not a Q&A. Use your minute however you choose.
Okay, well, everybody's complaining about voters being suppressed. I don't hear anybody on your side of town say y'all losing voters. It's crickets.
Anything else?
That is all, sir. I got
Okay.
15 seconds.
Not to just stand there and do nothing, so thank you, sir.
No problem.
Ms. Hartwell is next.
It doesn't
That's-
affect their
yeah.
districts. Redistricting didn't affect their districts.
Commissioner Simmons, you just brought up that one of my polling places was closed. It was in one of the top 10 polling places in all of Tarrant County, so I wouldn't say that's exactly true.
Miss Hartwell. Is Ms. Hartwell present? Jerry Michael Stein. Following Mr. Stein is Donna Reagan.
Jerry Stein, Precinct Number 1. Commissioner Miles summarized most of my major points. The only original thought I could add here is that there are consequences to your actions, and I'd like you to think about that dearly. And when you cut off the ability for people to express their views peacefully, then you have people coming out at a meeting like this. Then you have them having large rallies at Barnett Park. After that, there are less than peaceful actions. And that's something that concerns me, and it should concern you. Don't cut off people's peaceful expression of their views. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Ms. Hartwell? Are you Ms. Reagan? Ms. Reagan. Following Ms. Reagan, we have Andrew Pfizer.
Good morning. My name is Donna Reagan, and it's my first time to appear here. I understand it's customary to address the court as your honors. However, The only honor I'm picking up on here is honor among thieves, thieves who are trying to steal the power of we the people. While voter suppression is no laughing matter, it seems to be the running gag of this court. Instead of fulfilling your duty to safeguard fair elections, you're focused on delivering the same sad punchlines over and over. Play party politics, disenfranchise voters, target communities of color. When officials manipulate who gets to vote, who gets streamlined out of the process, and who gets stuck at the back of the line, it's not honorable, it's cowardly. It's fixing the game before it's played, just so you don't have to face a fair fight. And if you think racism is hidden by bureaucratical language, think again. Denying minority groups their voice isn't just a bad joke, it's the oldest, ugliest, reoccurring joke in American history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Pfizer, present. Andrew Pfizer. Destin or Destiny Donini? Destiny. Following Ms. Donini is Catherine Cano.
I was born and raised in Fort Worth. I live in Ridgely Hills now with my husband, where we're raising our beautiful little girl. I am a Texan. When I get excited, my I sounds get longer. If I see a need, I scream it, I help. I scream at the TV just like everyone else when the game is on. As a Texan, if I make a mistake, I accept accountability and make amends when necessary. If I lose, though I may not be happy about it, I can shake my opponent's hand and say good game. And when I have a problem with someone as a Texan, I can look them in the eye and say so. I have a problem with you. I ask that if polling places are being added for the November 4th elections, current polling places not be removed. To be a part of a team, you earn your spot. As representatives of this county, it is your job to rise to the occasion and meet the needs of all your constituents.
Thank you. Is Ms. Cano present? Gary McMaderen. Gary McMaderen. Steve Christian. Following Mr. Christian, Said Dumas.
Thank you. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Worth, Precinct 4, live in Precinct 4. Thank you, Commissioner Miles, for everything you said and a lot of others. Saved me some time in my 1 minute. The main thing that I got from the presentation from staff today was we have low voter turnout, and so the answer to that is to cut polling places. Something doesn't seem right with that to me. I'm particularly, everyone else has spoken eloquently about the other reasons for this. I'll speak for the college students and the fact that eliminating all polling places from colleges and universities is sending them a message that their voices are not valued, and it discourages civic engagement for our next generation of leaders, which I can hardly wait for them to get here. In a healthy democracy,
Thank you, sir.
we should be working to expand access to ballot.
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are you Miss Dumas? No? Did I call your name? Okay. Please state your name for us.
Good afternoon, Sade Dumas. I want to speak against reducing polling locations because saving a little over $1 million or meeting the minimum requirement under the Springer Bill does not outweigh the harm of disenfranchising tens of thousands of voters. Democracy demands more than the bare minimum. It demands fairness and full access. Polling locations are not simply numbers on a budget sheet. Each site represents real people, real communities, and their voices matter, their votes matter. And honestly, voting should not depend on whether a community has the financial resources to buy its way into democracy. That in itself undermines the principle of equal access. It erodes trust and it weakens our democracy. So I urge you all to reject reducing polling locations. It is time to expand access to the ballot box, not to reduce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Said Dumas.
That was me.
Oh, Kelly Tufel. Okay, Kelly Tufel. Tofel. Alan Lobaugh. Callie Tufel. All right, Mr. Lobaugh. Following Mr. Lobaugh is Jessica Irvin.
Thank you so much. With all due respect to my good friend Stella, I thought the quote was, "It's not our job to make voting easier." I'd love to debate that when we have more than a minute, but I only have a minute. So I would tell you that hardwired into your job descriptions, woven into the fabric of your calling, is to make life better for every resident in Tarrant County. Serve every resident of Tarrant County, make their lives better. All due respect, I love what you've said to us. You're my representative on this council. I've heard two phrases: bare minimum, 10-mile radius. You can close 20 of the closest polling places near my house. I'll get in my car, I'll Google where I need to go, I'll get there. But making somebody walk 9.5 miles to a polling place because they have limited resources, limited time, limited access to transportation.
Thank you, sir.
Polling tax.
Mr. Irvin, or Mrs. Irvin, I'm sorry. Jessica Irvin, Sir Jessica Irvin. Libertad Heredia. Following Ms. Heredia is Richard Perez.
Hi, my statements aren't very polished because, like a lot of people, I was blindsided by, this map that came out with the suggested polling location closures. And as I was sitting here listening to members of this court, I realized that a lot of you guys were also blindsided. And I commend the commissioners from precincts 1, 2, and 4 for voicing their concerns and standing on their principles. I suppose I am echoing the sentiment of a lot of people here in saying that adding additional hurdles in response to low voter turnout is the wrong approach to take. It's a degradation of our democratic institutions, and that hurts everybody, regardless of our personal beliefs. Even if you might feel like you're winning something, ultimately we all lose if we allow this to happen. And respectfully, con respeto, if we are concerned about budget, I would suggest you look at your taxpayer-funded salaries before cutting access to voting locations, respectfully. Thank you.
Is Mr. Richard Perez here? All right, following Mr. Perez, we have Deborah Kratke.
I'm Richard Perez, and I live in District 2 near the historic Stockyards. And I stand firm with District 2 Councilman Carlos Flores and District 11 Councilwoman Jeanette Martinez, as they both oppose this proposal. They have released statements as of yesterday. I live in the historic area of Fort Worth near the Stockyards. I also live 4 blocks from an infamous historic building called the Ellis Pecan Factory. We know the initial purpose of that building was the Fort Worth Clavern at the beginning of the 20th century. And that was used to intimidate people in Northside, black and brown people of diversity. They were known for suppression of voting. They were known for their intimidation. I would hate to see that our great Fort Worth, and my family's been here 80 years, I'd hate to see them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Kratke, we have Amy Super.
Yes, Debbie Kratke here. In listening to the other comments, I'm not going to add what's already been said, but there are 2 things that concerned me, and one of them was the fact when you asked the elections official if the amendments were the only thing on the ballot, and he said yes, that's not true. Actually, Senate seat that's currently held by Kelly.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, then the last thing I'm going to say is in 1873, there was a Dallas resident who said that Fort Worth was very much like a sleeping panther. And the one thing I can promise you is that panther has awoken, and we will see you at the ballot box.
Amy Super. Following Ms. Super, Stanley Johnson.
Facts matter. All voters still have the same 12 days, 121 hours, plus Election Day, another 12 hours to cast their votes. Nothing changes with that. That's not voter suppression. I analyzed the data. I told Commissioner Simmons how to analyze the data. I guess she didn't want to do that. It clearly shows us where people want to go to vote and which places they prefer not to choose to vote at. This proposed plan reflects that. The proposed list is a direct reflection of that data. Here's a fun fact, 2020-21, 48 EV sites. Voter turnout, 8.29. 2023, you took away 4. Voter turnout went up, not down. Okay, do you get that? Okay. I'd remind you once again of your responsibility to take a more pragmatic approach when making decisions that involve how our tax dollars are spent. $1 million would cover your salary, so that's a savings I would think is good. I do recommend also to get Como back. Great parking and one of the best cruise sites in Tarrant County.
Thank you. Is Mr. Johnson present? Stanley Johnson. Following Mr. Johnson, we have Nydia Cardenas.
I have a rhetorical question for the judge and the election administrator, but I want to preface it by this quote from our highly respected previous election administrator in his protest resignation letter. Judge O'Hare, my formula to administer a quality, transparent election stands on respect and zero politics. Compromising on these values is not an option for me. You made it clear in our last meeting that your formula is different, thus my decision to leave. I wish you the best. Tarrant County deserves that you find success. And so my question is, what is your formula? We're only going to save in $1 million, I believe 0.11%. And it's not addressing the problem. The problem is low turnout, not too many voting places. Thank you.
Thank you. Following, do we have Ms. Cardenas present? Nydia Cardenas. Following Ms. Cardenas, we have Drew Brown.
Hello, my name is Nydia Cardenas, and I want to know why we have a bare minimum mindset about the most foundational principle of democracy, which is the right to vote. And coming into this meeting, I tried to read all the news I could find about it, and all of them said that there was no comment on your behalf, Judge. And I was kind of like, why is he not saying anything about why, he's advocating for this? And I realized coming into this meeting is because you barely just got the information. So how could you feel comfortable making such a significant decision about people's access to voting with what sounds like less than a week of information? And so I'm very concerned about how every time I come to this court, every decision is being made with little transparency, little creative thinking. And if this is financial, then I would encourage us to ask the public interest law firm for a $250,000 refund that we're paying them to fight the lawsuit against redistricting. And we can fund, 23 of the sites based on the administrator's budget of $10,600 for an early voting site. So let's do that instead.
Is Drew Brown present? Following Mr. Brown, we have Becky DeLon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Brooks, you used to be my commissioner. I'm sorry you're not. I voted for you. Hi, you're my new commissioner. I didn't vote for you. I hope I don't get arrested. So, and Mr. County Judge, I had the opportunity to vote for you, but I made a different decision because that's my rights in voting. So you represent the whole county. So, and Commissioner Brooks, so all you said was facts, not opinion. So what we've got here is a bait and switch. They want to make that decision today, table the decision. What they're going to do is Commissioner Ramirez and Commissioner Krause, they're going to throw a couple of bones over here. Oh, we're going to give you Como, we're going to give you this, that, let's vote on it, we're done. Yeah. And think that they're heroes. Wrong.
Is Becky DeLon present? Following Ms. DeLon, we have Payden Bullis.
Some people imagine themselves as tasked by God to be liberators and protectors of purity and virtue. There are those of us who disagree and think they are merely dominators and oppressors of other people. They use the language of spiritual warfare to scapegoat outsiders by implying they are evil or inferior beings. These so-called liberators dismiss others as undeserving of the civil rights of our Constitution, demeaning them by labeling them as freeloaders, immoral, or criminals. Local and federal agents are throwing innocent people in jail, often knowing they have not committed a crime. The color of their skin is their sin. Poverty is criminalized when the homeless are incarcerated. Mental illness needs only to be controlled, and often with brutality. When those in power redraw maps, cut polling sites, eliminate early voting, the message is that being sent,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Peyton Bullis, present. Peyton Bullis. Jack Bowen. Jack Bowen, present. All right, following Mr. Bowen, we have Linda Hanratty.
Big word said here today was integrity, and integrity related to credibility. And Judge O'Hare, my wife and I were stunned last fall when you said WFA, this is about partisan politics, talking about redistricting. This is about partisan politics and making sure we have a stronger Republican majority on the court. Not it was right, not it was fair, not it was honest. This is about partisan politics. So when we see this kind of cut proposed to places to vote, we see the president saying, let's ban mail-in voting. And we see the legislature, the governor going, it's an emergency. Let's re-gerrymander the last gerrymander we did. So we're suspicious. And even before a peaceful rally here in Fort Worth, the chairman of the Republican Party said, a few well-placed snipers could handle it. And if you wonder why Tarrant County lacks credibility.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Dr. Harrell.
I object to the 50% reduction in early voting polling places and commensurate reduction in the election day voting places. Both of my early voting places, Como Community Center and TCU, are slated for elimination, though apparently Como may come back in. I guess they found out it wasn't just black voters who voted there. Why are we reducing the number of polling places when Tarrant County is one of the fastest growing counties in the country? This appears to be a furtherance of the county's court's mission to disenfranchise Tarrant County voters, which started with the recent grossly racist redistricting that we're all going to pay a huge amount of money for, way more than all the voting places you're eliminating. The court says that their policies are helping county residents and thus deserve re-election. But it seems to me that reducing polling places means they're afraid of us. And of course, the other thing the court has done is to reduce
Thank you.
meeting places.
Following Dr. Harrell, we have Carla Palomares.
Running fair, accessible elections is one of your highest duties. This proposal to cut early voting in half and to slash election day polling places will make voting harder for every citizen. The numbers are staggering. These cuts would force more than 8,000 voters into each polling place, over 5 times the national average. MIT research shows that would add more than an hour to wait times. And I have charts here, Chandler, for you to pass out. Tarrant County's growth demands more polling places, not fewer. Yet this plan eliminates college sites and slashes early voting in half. Vote no on this proposal. Making voting harder is never the right answer.
Right.
Is Ms. Palomares present? Carla Palomares. Angela Rodriguez Prilliman. Following Ms. Prilliman, Hollis Kirkpatrick.
Howdy, my name is Angela Rodriguez Perliman, but most people know me as Heli, like Angelica. And I am an entrepreneur and a mom who lives in Monticello area. And I'm the granddaughter of Pauline Gasca Valenciano. A lot of people in here know who she is. She died in 2018. She served this city for a very long time, helping open more voting locations, expanding it to people who speak Spanish and different languages. And my grandma, she's rolling in her grave right now about all this. And I'm just asking you, if you're trying to save money, use that money to put out marketing, to say it's voting time. Hey, here's the people who are on your ballot. Let people know who's running so they can actually come out and vote. It's just basic stuff like that. And I'm also a Fighting Texas Aggie class of 09. Woo! And we don't put up with liars, cheaters, or tolerate those who do. And I'm asking you guys to please just make it more accessible to people.
Is Hollis Kirkpatrick present? Hollis Kirkpatrick. Olivia Cartwright. Following Ms. Cartwright, we have Alexander Montalvo.
The justification of low turnout ignores that turnout is low because of structural barriers. For example, in Polytechnic Heights, voters currently walk or take a 10 to 15-minute ride to Rosedale to vote. Under this plan, they would be forced to Beatty Street instead, doubling driving time, or up to an hour by way of bus. For a minimum wage worker, that's up to 3 hours of pay, roughly $30, just to cast a ballot. That is not access, it is a deterrent. Clint has now apparently had 2 opportunities to present data, and I commend you, Judge O'Hare, for asking those important questions. And unfortunately, we have yet to see an ounce of scientific method or data. Commissioners who demonstrated your commitment to fact-based decisions last year when you voted to preserve campus polling locations. I ask the fellow commissioners and judge to apply that same principle here. This is not science, this is politics. Tarrant County has consistently...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Montalvo present? Alexander Montalvo. All right, next we have Kimberly Agoro. Following Ms. Agoro, we have Candida Garcia.
I'm standing to the side so I can watch the clock so none of my time is stolen as Abiola's was. I am Reverend Dr. Kimberly Agoro. I've been greatly disappointed with my so-called friends, neighbors, and fellow followers of Christ, at least with the open races and groups like the Proud Boys and the KKK. You know exactly where they stand and you know what to expect. But with today's good people like yourselves, people who toss rocks and hide their hands, who sit silent while allowing the balance of power to be shifted unfairly and still demanding that folks pull themselves up by the bootstraps that you are cutting. Jesus is wondering how his greatest commandment to love your neighbor as you love yourself is embodied in this legislation. I'm at a loss as to how you expect me to bask in what is not love. This is not love, this is not justice, this is not right. And guys, as the woman who chaired TexPAC and put Corning and put Greg in office, I'm back. You got me back. I'll be here.
Is Ms. Garcia present? Candida Garcia. Paul David Williams. Next, we would have Catherine Brennan.
This is supposed to be a republic of democracy, and you're trying to make it authoritarian. That's not right, and we need people to love each other, and we put you in place to do that, and you're not doing it. You're denying people the love that they need by taking away their voting. We need to have the districts be fair, and we need to have people to be able to vote without any problems, and you're making more problems for us. What you're doing is wrong. What the world needs is love. It's up to you to do it.
Is Catherine Brennan present? Claudia Busby. Claudie Busby. And following Mr. Busby, Dixie Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm against this closing of polling places. Each time we go to election, this past time we went to election, we have people come in and they want to vote and they not registered to vote. They have voter registration cards. And I thought that was odd this past year. And then now we come back and want to close polling places. I hear Ramirez asked about all these questions. And I said, why are he asking questions? He normally don't say anything. And they were leading questions in order for the other guy to speak, Cross to speak in. Basically, what we're trying to do is railroad people and get rid of these voting places. We need these voting places, you know it. And you're trying to play like you're not doing it. These people in this room here are against this. You're not gonna listen to us. I recommend that the people in this room share this information with the young people and let them put it on social media and see how y'all run our meeting. If you want your child to run a meeting the way you run across, let your kids see this. Because you disrespect Ms. Simmons, disrespect the audience here. You don't want to listen to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dixie Davis. Following Ms. Davis is Carol Rayburn.
My name is Dixie Davis, speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County, a nonpartisan civic organization whose mission is to empower voters and defend democracy. Cutting nearly half of polling sites this November would continue a persistent pattern of voter suppression by this court, a pattern that includes the defunding of Trinity Metro bus rides on election days, last year's attempt to eliminate all college campus polling sites, and the recent dilution of voters' voices through blatant racial gerrymandering. Fewer polling sites means more confusion, longer lines, and greater barriers, especially for college students, seniors, and voters of color who may need to travel farther to vote. This court has a duty to voters to make every election accessible and well-funded and ensure our polling places are numerous and well-staffed, regardless of voter turnout or what's on the ballot. We urge you to prioritize the needs of voters and keep all polling sites from the 2023 election. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Rayburn, we have Leon Reed Jr.
So I've worked the election as a judge many times in Arlington at various locations. We don't need to lose any of those locations. All of them have been very busy. Most of the ones, especially the sub-courthouse and UTA, are staffed full-time. There's people there voting all day long. We don't need to double either one of those locations, especially taking away the UTA location. That smacks of total voter discrimination because you're discriminating against young people. And we're working really hard to get young people registered to vote and to encourage them to vote at UTA and TCC when they graduate from high school. You're telling them that doesn't matter and they're not going to be able to do that anymore. It's very disappointing.
Mr. Ree. Following Mr. Ree, we have Judith Cotton.
I'm here to remind you that life prefers balance. But don't trust me, trust science. Trust Isaac Newton when he tells you that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Don't trust me, trust God when he tells you in Galatians chapter 6 that you will reap what you sow. Trust good old boys when they tell you that chickens will eventually come home to roost. The further you try to stretch Tarrant County in one direction, the further and more vicious the snapback will be. It has been noted that Tarrant County is one of the fastest growing counties in the country, yet we want to cut the polling locations. It's past time that politicians stopped electing voters and allowed the voters to elect the politicians. That is the American way, not what we're seeing right now.
Thank you. Is Ms. Cotton present? Okay. Following Ms. Cotton, we have Ronald Bendian.
I do not support this repeated attempt of voter suppression. From your mission statement, to work collaboratively with our stakeholders to improve the satisfaction of the residents and businesses of Tarrant County through the effective and efficient provision of services. Removing over 100 voting locations is not effective or efficient provision of services. Tarrant County is the third most populous county in Texas and 15th in the USA. It's contradictory that a rapidly growing county with over 2 million citizens should reduce voting locations from 349 to 214. This attempt will leave citizens of Northside, Southside, Como, all college campuses in the county, and the hardworking without effective and efficient early voting or election day locations in the November elections. It is your duty to uphold the United States Constitution, your mission, goal, as county commissioners, and do not approve this attempt of voter suppression of the citizens of Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Bendian. Is Ronald Bendian present? Sandra Cooley. Following Ms. Cooley, we have Rogelio Mahuero.
Since I only have a minute, I'm hoping you are taking note that so far it's been one person for this, and the rest of us in this audience have been against it. I'm here to say that I'm against it too. Let the people you've sworn to represent vote. Reducing the number of sites will disenfranchise and suppress the vote of the young people, the working poor, the middle class, and of course, the people of color. I hear that a couple of you are familiar with the Old Testament and of the 10 Commandments because I hear they're posted everywhere now. Number 8 says, don't steal. And isn't that what you're trying to do? The absence of polling sites on campuses.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Mr., is it Mahuero? Can you help me pronounce that? Mahuero?
You got it, Judge. Rogelio is the name, and Mahuero, the last
Mahuero.
name. Like Mexico.
Thank you. Okay. Following Mr. Mahuero is Dorothy DeBose. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioners, I want you all to think back for a second. The first time you voted, for me, in my case, it was at UT Arlington. That feeling of pride, the feeling of being part of this great country. Do you remember? I'm a proud first-generation Tejano, a student at UT Arlington, and the son of immigrants who believe that Texas es la tierra de los sueños. Because after all, we are our parents' American dream, and yet this court wants to shut down my campus polling site. Don't tell me that it's about efficiency. This is about cracking and packing our communities, because this is about bringing Jim Crow through the back door, or in this case, through the front door today. And transportation is already the biggest barrier. Not everyone gets to have a car like you. I've been riding my bicycle for many years now in Tarrant County, but ultimately, I don't have all the time in the world to spend on the TRE, the TXRE, because transportation is already the biggest barrier. I ask you to front the bill. I ask you to provide free and rapid transit for every single person so that it's not a barrier for us. I want you to help me increase voter turnout as opposed to limiting it. Thank you.
Is Ms. DeBose present? No. Is Ms. DeBose present? Yes. Following Ms. DeBose is Jane Collins.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Dorothy DeBose, and I strongly oppose the proposed reduction of the early voting sites and election day sites. When polling places move farther away, seniors without cars and students relying on public transit face longer, more burdensome trips just to cast their vote. You are making it harder to vote. That discourages participations in silenced neighborhoods that rightfully deserve strong representation. Tarrant County is growing. Our access to democracy must grow with it, not shrink. I urge you to preserve fair access for every neighborhood by keeping their sites open. I have lived within 5 blocks of my voting place all my life, and I find that for all neighborhoods, for me to have to go 10 miles to vote is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Collins, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Hello, I'm Jane Collins from Arlington. And when I first listened to the report, it sounded like everything was just about finances, how to save money. But thanks to Commissioner Miles, we heard that it's about a lot more than just saving money. And I totally encourage anybody listening to this session on their computers to re-listen to that. I couldn't have said it better. And once again, I'm going to appeal to Mr. Ramirez. At least please vote to table. I'm totally against any of this cutting of polling places because I think it's undemocratic, especially as we're growing. But I'm going to appeal to you, at least table this until we get more analysis, as Commissioner Simmons has asked for.
All right, following Mr. Blackwell, we have Andrea West.
Judge O'Hare, Tarrant County is in a recession. It's not a financial recession, but a recession with the truth, honesty, integrity, and fairness. It's an absolute disgrace what you are proposing and what you will just force down the throats of Tarrant County voters. You know what you're doing. So don't look at me like you're innocent. You know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to suppress the vote of Precinct 1 and Precinct 2. You want to change everything to your liking. And we are here to fight back and say it's not going to happen. So I stand strongly and ask you to reject this racist MAGA
Thank you, sir.
proposal. It stinks.
Thank you, sir. Ms. West. Following Ms. West, we have Lee Henderson.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea West, and I represent District 6 on behalf of the Office of Councilwoman Dr. Mia Hall. Our district includes historic Lake Como community and the Como Community Center, an accessible polling place now being considered for removal, along with James Avenue Service Center and several North Side and college campus polling places within the city of Fort Worth. These are neighborhoods made up of working families, seniors, and voters who rely on nearby familiar polling sites to make their voices heard. Removing these locations would create unnecessary barriers to voting access, especially for communities that already face challenges. This is not about politics, it's about fairness, equity, and access. Voting should be convenient, not harder. I respectfully urge this court to maintain these polling sites and protect access to the ballot for all of Fort Worth and Tarrant County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Lee Henderson present? Lee Henderson. Mark Connolly. Is Mark Connolly present? Messia Savis. Okay, how many of you signed up to speak on this particular item besides Mr. Montalvo and came in late? Anyone? Okay, Mr. Montalvo, come on.
All right, I didn't know my time was appointed to a certain time, so I don't know how late applies. But I want everyone to understand who is watching this, who is in the audience, that this is the MAGA movement doing everything it can to kill democracy. The MAGA movement that O'Hare loves to be a part of is anti-American, is anti-democracy. And a lot of folks will think, well, dang, America's got a pretty ugly past. You know, he may be doing the things that it was designed to do. But I'm here to say that people have died for our rights. Black and brown community members, women, and even white community members have sacrificed to get us where we're at. And they are here to undo it, and it's time for everyone to take action and step up.
All right, those are all the speakers we have on this item. We have a motion to table. I don't have any form from you or you. I read them all. Sure. I believe that's Mr. Bell. Can you check and see if Mr. Bell is on this list? I don't recall saying his name at any point. We have you signed up under, let me see it. I-4. No, 10-4. He probably meant, he probably supposed to be I-4. So, all right, we have a motion to table this item. We have a second a second on that motion. Any further discussion from the court before we vote? All right, seeing none, all in favor of tabling the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, so that fails 2-3. Do we have another motion?
I'm making a.
Quiet. Please remove her from the room. Please remove her from the room. I'm not going to move him, I'm just going to move you. Please remove her. Okay, so do we have another motion?
I make a motion to approve all. I make a motion that we approve all the voting site locations that were put forward by Mr. Ludwig with the, to add on to it, Como Community Center, Legacy Learning Center, the Tarrant County College Northwest Campus, the Charles Griffin Building, and the Northeast Sub Courthouse.
I'll second that.
I have additional sites
One
to add.
moment. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I wonder why. So the motion was to approve the sites presented with the addition of Como,
Legacy Learning Center, Tarrant County College Northwest Campus, the Charles Griffin Building, and the Northeast Sub Courthouse.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Discussion.
I have several sites to add as well. So would that require an additional motion to amend this motion?
You can make a motion to amend the motion, and then it does not have to be accepted by the original motion maker.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
What would happen in the case of an amendment here would be the amendment would require a second. The court would then vote on the amendment and then proceed on the main motion as amended if it's adopted.
Okay, so state your motion.
My motion is to add Bob Duncan, University of Texas at Arlington, TCC Southeast campuses, or those sites back.
All right, so there's a motion to amend Commissioner Krause's motion to add the following sites: Bob Duncan, UTA, and TCC Southeast. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
We have a second on that. Any discussion on that one?
Yeah. Now, Mr. Cradaville, do I indicate whether I will accept or reject that amend?
No, Commissioner. At this point, because there's been a motion to amend and then a second, the court should vote on the motion to amend. And then if it is adopted, the court should vote on the main motion that you presented as amended.
And if it fails, then you vote on the original motion.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so the motion, does anybody need me to repeat the motion up here? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I don't know which sites exactly. I didn't write them all down. There were three.
Bob
correct?
Duncan, UTA, and TCC Southeast.
Clint, did you have any problems with any three of those?
UTA traditionally isn't an odd year early voting location. So that one, we would have to see if that's something that they would even want to do. And UTA and TCC Southeast, both those locations do not give us a separate room. So that's gonna, if they will allow it, we're gonna have to set up and tear down those sites every single day to make those ones work.
All right, so we have we have a motion and a second to amend the original motion to add Bob Duncan, UTA, and TCC Southeast. Okay.
Just to Clint, in regards to Tarrant County College Southeast Campus, I would recommend reaching out to their governmental affairs director, Reginald Gates, with the district office about accommodating you. And if you need me to provide you with his contact information, I can do that, or I can make the call.
I'd appreciate that, Commissioner.
And my understanding is the actual due date could accommodate. So if this motion fails and the first motion passes, there is still time to add these if they can accommodate the law. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like this, okay.
Well, could you alternatively, if the motion passed, but they didn't want to, since we're publishing a list, let's say we approve those sites, and then you subsequently find out that they can't accommodate in accordance with the law, what happens then? Do we have to come back and remove the site by court action?
I believe we would just have to post the notice that that site is not going to be available. I don't remember the exact posting requirements off the top of my head. I don't have the election code, but we would just have to notify that it is not available and where the nearest locations are at.
Okay, so here's my comment on this. Bob Duncan did not say we cannot accommodate.
No, they did
Okay, UTA and TCC Southeast did.
Correct.
After you reached out.
Correct.
Okay, so the other issue, I would probably support the Bob Duncan one. I'm not going to support those two, and they've already said no. But if you can come back and be able to analyze it and explain it and why it's good, why it isn't, but the idea that UTA is never a constitutional amendment election site, weighs with me. So, all right, anybody else have anything on this before we vote on the amendment?
I would just say, in order of operation, I think it would be better if we didn't add those polling sites in right now that have already told us they couldn't comply with state law, and then try to come back and add them in later, than to maybe approve them on the front end and then have to come back and post a notice and go through all that. So, but I agree, if it's just the Bob Duncan Center, I'm great with adding that into this list of amended sites.
It's not just the Bob Duncan Center, it's those sites I named, and I have an amendment to my motion to add, I move to amend my motion to add the Vernon Newsom Stadium.
Would you be willing to revoke your previous amending motion and then make one
Sure.
for those four?
Yes.
All right. You have
So-
revoked?
Yes.
Okay.
I move to rescind my motion.
No, you just withdraw
Withdraw my
your amending motion.
I withdraw
All right.
my amended
Now you're going to
motion.
make a new motion for,
I'm going to make a new motion, amended motion, to add Vernon Newsom Stadium, TCC Southeast Campus, Bob Duncan, and the Kennedale site.
so you're
So
now
I
taking
removed
UTA off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Bob Duncan, when you say the Kennedale site, what is the Kennedale site?
Kennedale Community Center.
Have you?
Yeah, I don't have the name of it because they had to move. We used to be in the library, but they're doing some construction, so it's Dover Hall is the location.
Have you talked to them about that? About being able to do that this time?
We haven't, but we can just reach out and ask.
So let me say this. This is my whole point of tabling this until we have time to go through it. So sitting up here on this dais without the information is irresponsible. It's unprofessional. And so the rush, what's the urgency to do this? We can have a special call meeting. We can do it on September 3rd, which gives him plenty of time, according to the elections calendar, to get this approved. So what is the rush? to do this. Commissioner Miles might have some sites. Commissioner Ramirez might have some sites.
Is that a rhetorical question or a real
No,
question?
I need
so,
to know.
I think two pieces to this is, one, I'm ready to vote, and I think we can vote. There is an option to bring the other sites when they've had the ability to due diligence. So I don't see a reason at this point to postpone it. We can vote. If yours fails, we can vote on his original motion. If yours passes, we can vote on the amended motion altogether, take a vote, and then if there's something else to add, it can come back and be added. And it gives him a chance to do the diligence. So that's my answer to that question.
And
Anybody else want to weigh in on that question?
What's the urgency?
the list of amended sites, I don't see any all of the additions. I don't see any sites that historically would tell us no, don't show up here. So I'm pretty confident that the list of ads we can make happen.
Which list are you referring to?
Como, all of them. Como, TCC Northwest, the Charles Griffin Northeast Sub, Vernon Newsom, Bob Duncan, and TCC Southeast in Kennedale.
I thought you already said TCC SE said they couldn't accommodate.
They can't accommodate the individual polling location and us having a room, but they will let us conduct voting there.
Okay, so at the moment, we have a motion to amend Commissioner Krause's motion to add Bob Duncan, Kennedale Health Center or something to that effect, TCC Southeast, and Vernon Newsom Stadium as locations. Did I repeat your motion correctly?
Yes, but I have a question for the administrator. So, are you going to hold this list? Because the judge said we can always come back and add sites. Are you going to hold this until the next meeting before submitting it or publishing it or whatever you have to do to it? Did you hear what he said?
What is approved today is what we're going to move forward with to start getting the election done. If we get an approved list of what we want, then that's what we would move
So
forward with.
he wasn't quite accurate when he said that we can add, if Commissioner Krause's passes and my amendment fails, we can come back and try to add some more sites at a future meeting.
There's still time. If the court wanted to agendize an item and add those on the September 3rd meeting, we could add those in. It just, taking this list and moving forward lets us start getting the programming done, all the work for the election. This will be the majority of it. I wouldn't imagine that any ads are going to be much significant after the list that we've gained here. So we will be able to continue what we've presented, and if there were ads, we could add those in.
All right, are we ready to vote on the amendment to the motion?
I've got a comment.
Okay.
Just in general, I think this process, again, communication is key for our elections administrator on the next iterations of this. But I do think, while I may not share the viewpoint of some of my colleagues up here, I do think that the robust discussion is healthy. And I think being able to discuss it and, not everybody, it's not a win or loss type of thing. Not everything's adversarial. It's viewpoints on what's the most efficient way to do something, what's the most responsible, and at the end of the day, how to best serve all of the citizens in Tarrant County, all of them, in each of our individual precincts. So I do think that the conversation's productive just to go through the exercise. And again, Clint, I think hopefully in the future we have this discussion before we have a final proposal so that everybody's viewpoints are included. But this process, again, I think has gone about as well as it could with getting the information how we got it. So thanks.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been adversarial up here. It's what I said at the beginning, the process. And you're not worth 2 damn cents because I asked you Friday if this could be postponed. You said yes. all weekend, you and Chandler said, no, it can't. Wait. I've spoken with election administrators in 4 other counties. So I know you did not tell me the truth this weekend as I attempted to pull this item off the agenda and move it to the September 3rd meeting. You wanted this circus. You ought to be embarrassed. So now you just said you could put it on the September 3rd. I've got emails. I will post on social media for these people to see.
Please
You
do,
said
Commissioner.
no.
Like I said, and I told you, for the programming side of it, yes, we have time. The issue is both myself and the Assistant Elections Administrator are not going to be here on the 3rd in order to present it. And that is why we wanted to get this in here in front of the court so we could have this discussion and so I could get my team a list of sites so that they could work with.
And I took that into consideration, and my motion, all I've talked about is a special call meeting because this county has to stop because 2 individuals won't be here. You'll be at a conference. Hey, go to the conference a day late. But the business of this county has to continue. Forget your conference. You got a list to do, you got programming to start, skip a day of the conference.
All right, we have a motion and a second on an amending motion. What?
You do not have a second for the amendment, Judge.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on an amending motion. Any further discussion before we vote on it?
Just one more question, because TCC Southeast is included in this, correct?
Correct.
And they have told us that they cannot comply with state law.
With the separate room, now there's, as long as we have a room within there that we can tear down and store the equipment every night, then we can still make that happen. They didn't say they could not do that. They just said that we could not have our own voting room. So I can go back and see, can they accommodate that? Or they could say, no, they can't. And then it wouldn't be compliant with the state law and we wouldn't be able to use it.
So
But as
you
long
feel
as we can-
reasonably confident that we'll be able to make that site work?
I'll do everything I can to find a way to make it happen.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The 11th lowest turnout from the 2023 constitutional amendment election is the one out of what now has risen to approximately 28 plus 4, 32 locations. We're going to make an accommodation for them being the 11th lowest that no other early voting site has to make. So for an average of approximately 50 voters a day. All right.
Again,
So-
if we had this information ahead of time, we wouldn't be up here doing this. It doesn't make sense either to get rid of the Northeast Courthouse. And they bring in, they're the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th highest vote getting site in Tarrant County. Make it make sense, sir.
That was part of the discussion, and that was one of the locations that I said likely could be added. But when we were looking at the fact that there's another higher performing location right there next to it, and what we had done consistently was if there were 2 locations together and one was a higher location, that was the location that was chosen to facilitate the voters.
And the administrator was very responsive and helpful with me when I called and asked that very question. He laid all of that out to me and gave me a clear reason for why that was not done. And so I appreciated that. There was a rhyme and reason behind every site that we asked him about, and that was very helpful.
Well, what I don't appreciate are the games and the lack of transparency from you, Clint, and from you, Mr. Merritt. And what I don't appreciate is these people coming down here, parking, spending their time, leaving their jobs, whatever, to be disrespected when over 100 people tell us what to do and one says no, We do what they tell us to do. We were elected by them. Y'all are disrespectful to our constituents.
And your disrespect for our staff is one of the most abhorrent things I have ever seen. Be quiet now.
They don't have to be quiet.
Be quiet.
They can respond.
Yes, you do. Remove
They
him.
can respond. Yeah,
Yeah, and you know
remove
what?
him.
When I have the microphone, I have the ability. Get him out. Get him out. So you love, excuse me.
He's got to throw people out.
No, I don't.
Disrespectful of these people who have paid to park, come down here, taking their time to tell us how to do their business. These are taxpayers.
And you are constantly calling our staff members liars, questioning
They
their
lie.
integrity over and over and over.
If they lie,
would you do
sir,
me a
they
favor?
lie.
I'll let you speak. Would you do the same for me?
Okay, I'll speak after you.
So, of course you will. You can never stop. So you repeatedly get up here and call our staff members liars when you don't agree with what they say. You confuse facts. You say things that are inaccurate as though they are fact literally every single meeting. And Clint has been very clear from the time this started that the deadline to turn this in is not today, but they also don't want to go down to the very last minute because voting starts in, I believe it is, mid-October, and they have less at this point than 2 months to start going on it. It would be nice if you would stop accusing the staff members who disagree with you and don't do what you think they should do every minute. It would be nice if you would stop accusing them of being liars and deceiving and deceptive. You did it to him today. You did it to Helen last week. You do it to Chandler multiple times a year. Enough's enough.
Okay, so
Judge, may I be
if this
recognized?
is, no, I was going after him. If this is a comprehensive report, analysis, methodology on why we should be cutting our polling places in half, we're sad. This is sad. This is ridiculous. I asked him, where's your arithmetic? Where's your data? Where's your methodology? It's all over my office, ma'am. I would have to put it together. And this is what I got on Saturday. So if you don't want to be critiqued and criticized, you've got to do better. You've got, this is pathetic. And I don't mince facts. I've got facts. My data is always accurate. It comes, if it's ever inaccurate, it comes from the staff, this staff. So you can allege that all you want, but you are wrong. You can praise these people. Let me tell you guys why he can praise these people. They are terrified of him. They couldn't dare tell him, you know, Judge, that's not a good idea. They'd be gone. He has whitewashed this administrative staff. When we got here, it was very diverse. We've got 3 minorities left on this administrative staff. So they're terrified of him. He's got the power. You see, 1, 2, 3. Those guys are gonna 1, 2, 3, lockstep. They're not going to consider you. I am.
Sorry.
And don't you ever say anything about being a Marine again. My son is Marine captain, about to be a major, and you're embarrassing.
Sir.
If we're done, I was going to call the question, but it sounds like we're there.
I'll say one more thing. The fact that nobody listens on this dais, it's just not true. In fact, you're seeing this amendment play out. Thank you to my friend Loretta, who wished me a happy birthday, who made a strong case for Como, as a lot of other people did after conversations. That's why this is on here. We talked about the Charles Griffin Center that was really important to Commissioner Miles. That's on here. So when you say nobody's listening to you, it's just not true. We've taken a lot of feedback today. That's what this amendment is all about. you're being heard, even if you don't always agree, but those changes are being incorporated.
All right.
Question. Is the amendment for early voting or election day sites or both?
Great question.
I believe the amendment was for early voting sites, is
Early
how
voting.
I interpreted it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have,
So we're not even addressing election day.
at the moment, we have a motion to amend the motion on the floor to add Bob Duncan, Kennedale, Tarrant County College Southeast, and Vernon Newsom Stadium to the list of early voting sites. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, so it passes 4-1. So now we have an amended motion on the floor, which is to approve the list provided by Clint and also to include Bob Duncan, Kennedale, Tarrant County College Southeast, Vernon Newsom Stadium, the Northeast Sub Courthouse, Como,
Legacy Learning Center.
Legacy Learning Center, and
TCC Northwest.
TCC Northwest. Did I get them all? All right. All those in favor of this, please raise your hand. All right, this passes 3-2. All right, that is it for that item. We will now take a 10-minute recess and be back in here at 1:30. We are in recess. All right, we are back from recess. And the next item on the agenda is item I-4 from consent.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item I-4. Let me go find I-4 so I can read it.
This is the consideration to approve the changes to the voting
EFGHI.
precincts.
Elections Administration, consideration to approve changes to certain voting precinct boundaries and authorize publication of required notices. All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion before we bring up the speakers.
I have a
All right.
comment, but I can wait until
Yeah, I
after
heard you.
speaker. Okay.
So we have Dr. Valencia Edner is first up. Following Dr. Edner, we have Amy Super.
I guess I should thank you for the small win, yet it does not change the motive behind the way things get done. It takes a weak body, executive or judicial, to continue to keep rigging the system in its favor. This is not politics, this is fear. Without your schemes, the people would speak and your power would shrink. This boundary change is not math, it's malice. It's not efficiency, it's voter suppression still. If you continue to vote for these tactics, you are not serving the people, you are silencing them. Your fear of a county where white or perceived white supremacy no longer rules has led you down a path of exclusion. But hear me. When you change boundaries that you could make the adjustment to, don't give me the lie about the law. When you cut places for people to vote, you cut away democracy. When you suppress votes, you suppress justice. Reckoning will come, not from men, but from God. You should have tabled the vote. Do not enshrine voter suppression into the history of this county. And you cannot look at me if you don't choose to, but you need to, because I speak for the people of Tarrant County, not for the agenda of misguided politicians, of which unfortunately many of you are. Fix your heart, and maybe it'll fix your mind and your motive.
Amy Super is next. Following Ms. Super, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Hey, just a quick request. Won't even use up my 3 minutes. Under the court actions requested, I'm going to ask that you please request Tarrant County Elections to also provide notification to both parties' current precinct chairs. So we start filing as early as next month, September, at EC meetings for both parties. And for me, my precinct is changing from one that starts with a 4 to one that starts with a 2.
What is the request?
That the notification about these changes, these are changing our precinct numbers.
Right.
And that they provide that notification not only to what they have listed here, but also to the currently seated precinct chairs for both political parties, so they know what precinct number to file to be on the ballot for.
All right.
That's all I'm asking.
Is that the whole thing?
Yep.
Okay, so can we even do what she just asked today, sitting here the way this is noticed? Or is this something Clint's going to do anyway?
Judge, let me check the notice, and I will let you know with more precision.
Okay.
So in the process, we sent the notice that this hearing was going to happen to the precinct chairs. That did go out. The approval, then the notice posting here requires the website and in the newspaper of the changes that are approved. But we can send this out to all the precinct chairs as well. It's not hard.
Okay. All right. Next is Geraldine Jackie Cox. Following Ms. Cox, we have Dr. Michael Bell. Ms. Cox, are you coming?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Geraldine Jackie Cox. I'm in Commissioner Miles' precinct. And I want to bring to your attention today the fact that the memorandum prepared by the administration's elections division cites some but fewer than all of the statutes that really govern what may happen when a county which does countywide voting may alter the way in which it assigns voting precincts. And the first of the things which we need to look at, or that I ask you to look at, is the text of our Election Code, Section 42.006. That mandates that counties with voting age populations of more than 100,000 persons must produce precincts that have at least 100, but no fewer than 5,000 registered voters. Attached to Mr. Ludig's memorandum for you is a chart that shows the number of voters who will be in the new precincts that he wants sent to the elections board. And precinct 2656 has 2 voters, quite a few, many fewer than 100. Precincts 4620 has 62 voters, again less than 100. But the big place where you see deviations from what is permitted under another section of the election code, which is 42.0051, has to do not just with counts, but also with how you make up the new precincts, what you do. And section 42.0051 provides that you can only change voter precincts if you're in a county with a population of less than 1.2 million voters. So right now, as of today, you don't have authority to make the changes that are in part of what you propose. You do, however, you'll have that authority when a bill passed by the Senate, the legislature this session, becomes law if you meet a whole bunch of fact requirements. And I'm not sure you do, but one of the requirements is that you may not violate the Voting Rights Act. And we've had a lot of evidence today that the manner in which this was done does violate the Voting Rights Act.
Dr. Bell, you're passing. Next, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Judge O'Hare, again, I smell a rat. Because somehow the truth is not coming through here. You have too many people who have spoken against this proposal to just go ahead and force a vote and get things done the way you want them done. That's not leadership. Leadership is when you listen to every person on the court. And then you either discuss it, have a lengthy discussion, a vibrant discussion, to see where people stand. Because you have commissioners here who represent certain precincts. And they have to go along with what their constituents say. But you, Judge, you are over the whole county. You don't have a precinct. So we would think that a person who is over the whole county have a level head, can make sound decisions. But apparently that's not the case. So my message to the voters out there is first to replace you and to get people with integrity and honesty to listen to those who elected them, like Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Roderick so eloquently explain every time we come to Commissioner's Court. Now, Judge, I know it's against your ego to have an African of the diaspora woman challenge your authority, and I think I've made that point before. But here's the case. You should want feedback from strong opposition so that you don't get a big head thinking that you know everything when we know that you don't. You made decisions to destroy this county. I guess that's what you come to work to do, because you do not listen to opposition voices. You only listen to those voices who agree with you, even when you're wrong. They don't present any opposition, any feedback that may be detrimental to your thinking. That's not leadership. That's dictatorship. And we don't need another Putin in America. We already had one in Alaska. That's dictatorship. That's not good. I smell a rat, but apparently they missed the 3 blind mice.
All right, that's all the speakers we have for I-4. We have a motion and a second to approve the item. Further discussion?
Yes, while this seems simple on its face, like just a routine authorization to publish new boundaries, it represents the culmination of a process that I have been vocally and fundamentally opposed to from the very beginning. The mid-decade racial gerrymander was unnecessary and unwarranted. The 2020 census data showed our precincts were in compliance, and there was no need to spend taxpayer money on consultants to redraw maps. This entire process has been irresponsible. And this map cleanup is just a drop in the bucket compared to the consequences, both intended and unintended, that are having to be corrected for no real reason. Furthermore, these new boundaries are a political and legal travesty. As I have said before, this is not about fixing a problem, this is about creating one. It is a calculated attempt to dilute the voting power, voting strength of minority communities, to silence the voices of my constituents, and to strip representation from people of color. The UCLA Voting Rights Project, that analysis confirmed that these maps are a textbook example of racial gerrymandering. We've got 2 lawsuits on the books. So this action today is just another necessary cleanup in an unnecessary process that has lacked transparency, public input, and moral justification. So I just want to be on the record, I want the record to reflect my continued and unequivocal opposition to this map, which I believe is legally questionable, morally wrong, and a disservice to the voters of Tarrant County.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approving I-4, please raise your hand. All right, opposed, please raise your hand. All right, it passes 3-2. Takes us to item I-5, removed from consent. Item I-5 is consideration to approve supplemental appointments of county election judges and alternate election judges.
Move for approval?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve that item. Any further discussion there before I bring the speakers? All right, first speaker is Amy Super. Following Ms. Super is Jennifer Blunt.
I'm asking the court to get clarification on what it is you're voting on today. So the subject is titled Consideration to Approve Supplemental Appointments of County Election Judges and Alternate Election Judges. You voted on a list to do that on July 1st, and that list was not the list that the parties submitted in its entirety. There were names on that list that they didn't submit. There were names on that list that they did submit that weren't on that list that you approved. So what I'm asking, is this the list now? Because if it's the list, it's not a supplemental list, it's the list. A supplemental list is, as indicated in the background, covered in Texas Election Code 32 point, I don't know what. It tells you in great detail how this should be done. I just would like for you guys to get some clarification. Is this an actual supplemental appointments, which you are free to make, the law specifies that, or is this the 2-year list corrected? That would be my only question, I think, with regards to that. Just change that so we all know what we're doing. There are people that you approved that are no longer on this list. So do you have to vote to take them off, or are they just off? Good questions to ask. Just want some clarity on that. And then, since I have time left, I did not address when you were talking about the approval of the precinct boundaries. Make sure, because the code is very specific about how.
Okay, are you talking about item I-5 at the moment?
They're combined because it has to do with the election judges. The way they're apportioned has to do with the way people voted within different precincts. So you've moved precincts within county precincts, so the apportionment of which party gets to have the presiding judge in each poll site has to be completely redone. And I want to just make sure that that's done in time for us to adjust and make sure our appointments are done within alignment with Texas Election Code. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jennifer Blunt present? No? Okay. Clint, can you address some of those things there?
When we were wording the list, we did consult legal on how to exactly word the item, because there are additions from both the parties to add to this list. Additionally, when we were going through this, looking at the code, we noticed that how historically this list had been done had been assigning judges to precincts, and as a countywide polling location, that's not the correct way to do it. So we went through and changed that to make it reflect the proper way the list should have been formatted and not the way that it had been submitted prior.
So the list that we voted on in July was not the list submitted by the two parties?
It contained names of the list submitted by the two parties. It didn't have all the names on the list. The Commissioners Court, we had to move up our deadline to submit that because there was only going to be the one court, I believe it was July, and the requirement is this gets approved in July. And
Okay, so
technically,
hang on just a second, just so I'm clear about what we're talking about. The list that the parties submitted, it's a list. It's got names, whatever it is, 10, 20, 5, 7, it has names. The list well, let's start with the Republican Party. The list the Republican Party submitted, was that the list that showed up on the July meeting?
not all of it, no, Judge.
Well, it's either the list or it isn't. It's one or the other.
This is the entire party list. Now we've worked with them to get all of their names, all the changes.
Okay, but that's not what the list that we approved in July was not, they had a list of names, 10 names, 10, whatever. That wasn't the list we voted on. There were some people on that list that we voted for. There were some people not on that list that we voted for. Is that accurate?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. The Democrat one, was that list correct that we voted on?
Not all of it, no, it was missing some names, Judge.
All right, how did that happen?
When the deadline moved to submit everything, we jumped through to try to get everything onto the court. The parties technically had till the end of the 30th to submit, so they still had time to give us names. They hadn't given us all their names. And then we hadn't completed a working list, and so in the scramble to get a list to get on that July 1st court, when the staff compiled the list, they didn't get everything, and there were some names that were missed.
Okay, so now what we're voting on today is the list that Republicans asked for and the list that Democrats asked for.
Yes, Judge.
What happens to the people that were not on the list that these parties submitted, or either party, don't care? What happens to those folks who were approved in July? Are they now removed by this?
No, this is the supplemental list. So the ones the parties want to have are all on the list. This is correcting the previous list and making sure we worked with both parties to ensure that we had every single person that they wanted included, and we had removed every single person that they wanted removed.
Okay, so I think the answer to the question, this list is the entire list that each party wants. And by voting for this today, does that remove anyone who was previously voted for in July? Mr. Cradaville.
I'm checking the statute right now, Judge, and
I mean, basically, are we now voting on two lists, and then now the people we voted on in July and these people are now all on this together? What's the deal?
what the statute contemplates here is the ability of the party chairs to supplement the original list of names that was submitted. So
But
there
the
is
original list of names is not what we voted on. Let me ask you this, we can move on, if there's no objection from the court, we can move to some other items, come back to this when when you have had time to research it and understand it.
that would be helpful, Judge. Yes.
Okay.
Can we
Come
move-
back during this court?
That's what I meant, yeah.
Can we just move to table this?
Yes.
Was there not a deadline?
The first list of names, which I understand is kind of in flux here, was due to be acted upon in July, and there is a deadline of 15 days before a special election or 20 days before a general election. So just from my cursory reading of the statute, I believe we have some time to still approve any additional supplemental list.
So I go back to my question, which mistakes happen, wrong list, submitted, whatever. The idea here was we're cleaning up those lists, but I don't believe I've got an answer to the question of somebody that was voted for in July that was not supposed to be on the list. Do they remain an election and an alternate judge if they were previously approved, or is this action taking them off?
Judge, if we table this, I will get you an answer to that
Okay.
question.
Is there any reason we can't table this?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Move the table.
Well, we already, hang on, we already
Okay.
have a motion to approve.
You want me to rescind my motion to
Well,
approve?
if you want to rescind your motion, you can rescind your motion.
Well, I guess
But anybody can ask questions, fire away.
I don't feel like we have to table it if we get the answers from Mr. Cradaville and others by the end of this session that satisfies everybody, but then we can table at that point. I guess that's the way I would recommend going about it, just seeing if we can answer the questions by the end of the court, and if not, then we move to table.
I don't see any reason wrong with this. Nobody, neither the Democrats or the Republicans are bothered by it. Let's just get the right answer. So how about we, so Commissioner Miles, did you just vote to table, did you just make a motion to table it?
Yes, sir.
How are you about, let's move on from this item. We have a motion sitting on the floor. Let's go to the next set of items, do all the stuff we're doing, come back before we close, see if we have an answer.
I think it would be better just to table this so that they can get the accurate information to us and clear up the confusion, because there is confusion. Instead of just waiting till the end of the court and hoping that they can provide the accurate information and bring clarification and clarity, I think we should just table it until a later date.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. You have a motion and a second on the floor.
Can I just move to postpone?
Yes, either, and to be clear, the terms table and postpone are used synonymously in a lot of cases. But in either case, what I would advise is that does take precedent over the main motion on the floor right now. And so it can either be tabled or postponed until later in the meeting or a future meeting, whatever the court prefers.
Okay. Does anyone care up here which one we do?
I'd say we hold it until after close and give them time to sort it out. Come back after close. If they don't have time at that point, we can table it for a future meeting if they don't have their research done.
Okay, so in terms of the order of this, he has a motion that's still sitting there. He has made a motion to table the item. Doesn't seem like we have a consensus on tabling the item, so do I now have to hear that motion before going to his motion?
That would be correct, save for there needs to be a second on the motion to table, and I would just ask that it be to a particular time, whether it be after close.
Could you clarify your motion?
I move to table this to a later date.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to table this item until a later date, which now has removed his motion, essentially, or this has to be addressed first?
This has to be
Okay.
addressed first, and then you
All
can
right.
proceed on the main motion.
Does anybody want to say something about this? All right.
I do. I want to say what I've been saying all day. This is unprofessional. You're not prepared. This is a bad look on this county and this staff. I'm not going to throw you a parade because you're a nice guy. You have a job. We should not have all these questions. We shouldn't be confused. It's ridiculous. Now, y'all can pat him on the back if you want, but this is crazy.
We have a motion and a second to postpone this until a later date. Anybody else wish to weigh in? All right. All in favor of postponing until a later date, please raise your hand. All right. All those against postponing to a later date, please raise your hand. All right. So the motion to postpone to a later date fails. So now we have a motion to approve sitting before us.
And I will make a motion to postpone till after closed.
Second.
But
All right.
we had a motion.
And now we have another.
But he
So
needs to rescind his other one.
he didn't have to rescind it for him to do it, so I don't know why he would.
Well, you made me rescind motions
I did.
earlier. Does
Okay.
don't we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner, except for the fact that a motion to table or a motion to postpone takes precedent over the main motion
So
on
we
the floor.
voted on that one.
It's
Correct.
a different motion.
I'm talking to the
Yeah,
council.
and I
I'm
run the
talking to
court, and it's a
council.
different motion,
So-
and so we're going to hear the motion.
So we heard that motion. There was a motion on the floor, correct?
The motion to table was heard, and now you're on to the main motion, but there has now been another motion to table or a motion to postpone, which takes precedent over the underlying
Over the
main motion.
main motion.
Correct.
So we have a motion to postpone until after closed to see if we have an answer. Is that your motion?
That's it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of this motion to postpone until after close, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? So the motion to postpone until after close passes 3-2. Now, we move to I believe in this order, it is J1, which is consideration of a community facilities agreement with the city of Fort Worth related to utility improvements for the Plaza Garage expansion project included in the 2025 capital improvement program. So this was the same thing we addressed 2 weeks ago, I should say.
Yes,
Where
sir.
Fort Worth wanted to charge us $76,000 or so to inspect our parking garage. And we failed this item, and now there's a reason you have brought it back. Would you please tell everyone what that is?
Yes, sir, the unenviable task of returning something to the court. My apologies. The community facilities agreement is, as you know, an agreement between the county and the city for modifications to their public improvements. They have public improvements within the foundation lines of our current ongoing Plaza Garage project. And the approval of this would allow us to continue the expedited construction of that garage. A disapproval will cause us as a county to have to put a stop work notice to the work or a portion of the work, at which place puts the county at risk for additional costs to the contractor.
And when is that, and how is that additional cost triggered?
It's triggered by a stop work notice. In other words, if we as the county or the owner cause something or do not facilitate something that allows progression of the work, and it impacts the extending duration of the construction contract.
Okay, has anyone had a discussion with our contractor as to how they would play this while we work this out with Fort Worth, or try to?
Yes, sir. Actually, it's been a hot topic with the contractor for
Uh-huh.
about 2 months.
Okay.
Between the previous court and this court, we've been able to facilitate the work without causing any further hindrance. At this point, delay is pretty close to impending. The existing sanitary sewer line that needs to be modified runs immediately adjacent to the tower crane foundations, which are going in now. The tower crane mobilization is scheduled for this coming weekend.
Okay. Mr. Merritt, tell us where we are with the city of Fort Worth and any discussions. Tell us where we stand.
Sure. So the facilities staff has been trying to work with Fort Worth on seeing what we could do with regards to any reduction or waiver of fees from the city. Most of what my feedback has been, most of those folks at that level aren't really authorized to make that level of a decision with regards to reducing those fees. I've reached out directly to the city manager for Fort Worth to see if he at his level or the council's level would be willing to reduce or waive the fees on our behalf, and I'm currently waiting to hear back from him on that.
So when three of us here took office in January of '23, we had multiple meetings with Fort Worth asking them to allow us to do video magistration to alleviate jail population problems. In one particular meeting I was in with the sheriff, the chief of police. I say that, I think the chief was there. If not, there were multiple assistant chiefs, whether Chief Noakes was there or not. The mayor, the then city manager, and probably 5, 6 other people. And they were all, yes, we want to help, we're on board. That was approximately February of '23. I don't believe we actually got approval to do the video magistration at Fort Worth's holding facility or at their police station until August of '24. Is any part of that I said not accurate?
I can't speak specifically to the timeline, but that sounds about correct.
Okay. And so where I'm going with this is Fort Worth wants a good partner in Tarrant County. And I think it's beneficial for the residents of Fort Worth and the residents of Tarrant County to have a good partnership with Fort Worth. But the idea that we're going to pay $76,000 to improve our parking garage and traffic and street parking, which will allow, I believe, more revenue for the city of Fort Worth with all the parking meters that I think goes to them anyway. And then we can't even get them to return a call and get with us on how we can deal with this. It doesn't sit well with me. It shouldn't sit well with any of us, I would hope, but maybe this is one where we can have some bipartisanship. I don't know. But here's what my opinion, we need to pass it to avoid penalties. What I would ask the staff to do is to, and by the way, I have set up a meeting with the mayor tomorrow on this very topic. And I would ask our staff to go research, assuming today passes, which I don't know that it will, but assuming it does, to go research what we could do to revoke and/or reconsider the TIFs we passed at the end of last year to recoup this kind of money. I would like the staff to go do research on how we could use that TIF money for any remaining costs on the parking garage, including the inspection cost that they are charging. I would also include in that JPS. I know there are fees that they want to charge JPS for how they build the tower. And so I think in a nutshell, it's please present us options on what amendments, revocations, and approvals we have with the downtown TIF to ensure a fair and balanced partnership with the city. And by that, what I mean there is, if you can't amend it, then one option is you could revoke it and pass it again and take dollar for dollar that charge out of by percentage what we allow them to have. So I believe it's 35% over 20 years is what you told me last time. Whatever it may be, calculate the number, 32%, 30%, whatever it is. I'm asking you to bring back those options. This is not part of a motion or a vote. I want to explore those options in the whole court to be able to look at it. Okay.
So,
questions, comments?
yes. So, having City of Fort Worth not eagerly embrace video magistration was problematic. I'm not sure, I got tired of asking. I'm not sure how many people they're even magistrating now. But another source of revenue or partnership we should be getting from City of Fort Worth, I've said this before several times, is to stop taking their inmates without them paying for them. City of Austin and Travis County have an agreement. City of Austin pays Travis County to take their inmates till a case is filed. City of Dallas, Dallas County, same contract. We just take the city, Fort Worth PD's inmates. If you want to look at recouping cost. And this revoking of TIFs is not the answer. I mean, this is an attack on economic development. Pulling out of a TERS or TIF will throw the developer's funding plans out of whack for just $75,000, potentially delaying development and possibly cancellation due to funding gaps. So that's not the answer. You know, it's as much as we give and do for Fort Worth at a detriment to the county. I'm not jumping up down about paying this $75,000, $76,000, whatever it is. But we've got to do it. But there are other ways, you know, to charge City of Fort Worth.
Move for approval of item J1.
We have a motion to approve item J1.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion before vote. So I have one point I would like to make, and that is there is no money from Tarrant County in this TIF guaranteed to go towards anything. There is no development project that will be interrupted or stopped because Tarrant County, when we pass the TIF, maintain the right to approve any and all projects that Tarrant County tax money in the TIF would go towards. So if a developer, which I highly doubt, is currently banking on our portion to go towards any project. We haven't taken a single vote for it. And I doubt very seriously there is some project moving forward at the moment that is counting on our specific percentage. But also revising the TIF or renegotiating it, voting it down, adding a new one. We are part of downtown. We have lots of costs that we have to incur. And bringing them to the table can benefit everyone in Tarrant County. And that's what a healthy partnership is. My intention here is not to create a war with the city of Fort Worth. In fact, it's the opposite. It's to ensure basic fairness between the two entities. And right now, it certainly doesn't seem like it's a two-way street. It seems like it's a one-way street. I'd like to make sure it's a two-way street. So, any other comments or questions before we vote? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, passes 5-0. Next we go, if I have my thing down correctly, to 01, Public Health, consideration of changes to the Tarrant County Public Health fee schedule. Dr. Byrd.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner. Brian Byrd, Public Health. I have with me Sabrina Vidari, who is our Associate Director over Environmental Health, and she handles restaurant inspections, and that's what we're talking about today. We are responding to Senate Bill 1008, which requires, as of September 1, that we comply with the Department of State Health Services fees for all of our inspections on fixed food service and mobile food service. Since I am not an expert on restaurant inspection, and I like to hear from experts, I've asked Ms. Vidari to present this series of slides, this slide deck, and walk us through our approach to this as we attempted to present a proposed fee schedule that balances. We want to keep everybody healthy, and we don't want to be onerous on our local businesses in trying to walk that line. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Sabrina. Sabrina?
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So before I start the presentation, I would like to let you know that the fee schedule methodology has changed based on the state law. Our current fee schedule methodology was on square footage, and the state law puts us that we would need to use the Texas Department of State Health Services fee schedule, and theirs is off of gross annual food sales, volume sales. So the first slide, so we have separated it out amongst the different categories of inspections due to that to try to make it more clear for you. So fixed food are just like that. They're establishments that don't move. They're brick and mortar type of establishments. They, you can see all of the fees. Our current fee schedule is on the left. The proposed fee schedule is on the right, with the current Texas Department of State Health Services fee schedule in the middle. We have aligned our fee schedule with the Texas Department of State Health Services, with the exception of the highest fee schedule, which is for $150,000 or more of gross annual food sales. That cap is $773, and we have dropped it to $700. The reason why we have dropped it to $700 is because we do believe that there may be a majority of establishments that fall into this category. So some of the establishments may see a fee increase, and others may see a fee decrease. I do not have any information on our establishments as to where they would fall in this. It is not information that we had previously collected from any of our permit holders. Okay. Do you want me to move on, or is there a question?
So are we, the proposed fee schedule on the right, 150,000 or more is in sales, right?
It is gross annual volume of food sales, yes. It is not revenue, it's gross annual volume of food sales.
I'm sorry, it sounded like you just said it is something and then repeated the
It-
exact
I'm
same
sorry.
thing and said it isn't.
It is not revenue. A lot of people get them confused. It's
Okay.
not based off of revenue of the establishment. It's based off of gross annual food sales, which is before taxes, before any deductions that would come out from revenue.
Is revenue different than that?
Revenue comes after tax deductions and exemptions.
Okay. So on the 150,000 or more, or pick one, doesn't matter. How do we now plan to go determine that?
So the
They're
thought
gonna fill out a
process,
form?
well, they will have to submit, so it's proprietary information, so they'll have to give us this information, which would, the best way is to give us their last tax returns, so they can prove if they do not meet this category. We have asked the State Department of State Health Services, they use the comptroller's office, and we have asked the comptroller's office, the state comptroller, if they would assist us with this, and they told us no, that it was proprietary information. So we had talked about it with other jurisdictions, and that's what other jurisdictions are doing as well. They're setting it at the top, and then we're messaging out to all of these establishments that if you feel you're in the wrong category, please get with us to provide the proper documentation so that we can lower that category.
Do we have a different way of doing this besides, so if you take 150,000 in gross sales, I mean, the possibility exists that the profit out of that is like 15 or 20 grand. Like that wouldn't be unusual in the food industry. Whatever it may be, let's call it 50,000, call it 100,000. Do we have a way to determine if they're 150,000 or more other than asking for their tax returns?
No, it is on
I'm
to
just not real
them.
comfortable with us requesting people's tax returns. So the way this would come up is if somebody's claiming they have less than 50,000 in sales, and what, we don't believe them, or we're just asking everyone to give us their tax returns?
I was just trying to use the same methodology that the state of Texas has set with all of the establishments. We can most certainly change that. This program does pay for all of the personnel and supplies. The county does not put in additional information with that, funding for that. And we do have 30 ILAs with incorporated cities and DFW Airport. So we have about, what was it, 3,500, 6,000 permits total. And we have about 1,500 to 2,000 that are pool permits. So the rest are some sort of food permit.
So if somebody says on their form, yeah, we have more than 150,000 in gross sales, we're not asking for their tax return.
Correct. We were going to set everybody at the high one and ask them to come and prove it to us if they need to lower it.
Okay.
If the state of Texas is already doing this, does that mean the comptroller has those numbers somewhere that we could pull from and not have the business owners send it to us as well? Or is there not enough communication between those two entities to get that info?
So in asking the comptroller's office, they notified us that that was proprietary information and they would not give it to us.
Are any of the proposed fees an increase over the current fees?
So for some of the establishments, it may be an increase. So if I could just explain, like the less than 500 square feet of our current fee schedule, that is $400. That would generally be like a small Subway or a drive-through establishment, just to give you an idea of what they would be. They may increase to that 700.
And that is required by the state?
So the law states that we have to use the same methodology that this Texas Department of State Health Services is using. They do not use, unfortunately, square footage.
Okay, is there anything else that's an increase in fees?
On this slide, no, sir. I would like to point out temporary foods. So the state has a temporary food permit for 1 to 14 days, and they charge everybody $52. Most of our temporary food permits come to 1 to 5 days, and our current schedule is 35, and we did not feel any need to increase that. It is decreasing for the 6 to 14 days, down $10, because we are allowed to take 120% of the fee schedule. So from 70, it went down to 60. That is a very small amount. Over 90% of our temporary permits are 1 to 5 days. Those are date and location specific permits. They do not allow them to roam around. So they may be festivals or organizations doing some kind of food sales for fundraising for them is usually who's pulling those
So like
type
if
of
somebody
permits.
does a bake sale for their neighborhood PTA, are they supposed to come get a one-day permit?
Well, if they're selling hot dogs, cookies are not, bake sales are exempt from that. But in that scenario, yes, they would have to get that permit.
Okay.
So I think you said it earlier, but just to clarify, the fee structure that we have and the fees that we impose are to subsidize the cost of our employees going out there and doing these inspections to make sure that there's healthy food being served by these establishments and temporary places. It's not a profit center for the county, is that correct?
Correct. And by state law, it cannot be profitable, and it does have to go into its own fund, and that's why it's Marsh Special Fund F223.
Got it, thanks.
Would you like me to move on to the next slide? Okay.
Sure.
So the next one is mobile food units. So this one gets a little bit more complicated. So in 2023, the jurisdiction for all mobile food units did move to Tarrant County. So we were permitting all of them. This past year, in the 2025 legislative session, the state has moved the mobile food jurisdiction to the state of Texas. However, that is not coming into effect until June of 2026 because they need to set up their program for that first. So we need to lower our fees in order to come in line with Senate Bill 1008, but we will not be taking any of these fees beyond June of 2026. People will have to get their mobile vending permit from the state of Texas. Currently, the state of Texas is indicating that they will give reciprocity to anybody who has a current permit from a local jurisdiction when that occurs.
I bet you're happy.
Will this necessitate a reduction in workforce? Do we have people that specifically do mobile, or they do all of it?
So in consumer health, they do all of it. We do have a few that are dedicated. I happen to have 4 positions that recently became vacated that we are going to hold to see what the revenue comes in, to see if we can fill those positions or not.
Got it, thanks.
ISDs is another change. So independent school districts, currently the state of Texas does require them to apply by September of every year in order to receive their inspections. So ISDs are a nonprofit, and they're their own governmental agency. They're not required to get a permit. However, they do have to have one inspection in the spring and one inspection in the fall for their USDA funding, which covers free and reduced lunch. So the methodology that we chose to go is that, and they charge, I know I wrote it a little weird, on their fee schedule, it looks like it's $150, but they actually charge $150 each inspection for the spring and for the fall. And I am proposing that we give both of those inspections for $150 and not for $300. There are some ISDs who have a third-party contractor that runs their kitchens for them. That must be approved by the Texas Department of Agriculture. We do have a public information request in order to get the proper amount in Tarrant County ISDs of who would fall under this. And then we will have to notify the ISDs of who may not have a permit currently and who does. We also have an interlocal agreement with Fort Worth ISD, which would need to be updated in order to comply with this fee schedule.
On the ISD required cafeteria inspection, then the ISD school cafeteria operated by profit private contractor?
Yes, sir.
For-profit private contractor. Why the difference between the fees?
Because that is the way the state of Texas does it. The for-profit contractor is not a nonprofit, and so they're required to have a permit. State law exempts any nonprofit from permitting.
Okay, we're not just following here what the state does, we're following state law.
Correct.
Okay.
And now on to nonprofits. So currently, nonprofits, they're not required to have any permits, and they don't required to have any fees. Texas Department of State Health Services will not inspect a nonprofit unless they apply for an inspection. Here in Tarrant County, we have some nonprofits, we have roughly 600 of them, that do have permits, and we conduct inspections with them. Most of them happen to be ISD concession type stands. Some of them are like lounges, not bars, like veterans lounges, that are nonprofits. and Meals on Wheels is one of them. So what are we suggesting, because we do have those 4 vacant positions, is that we continue to give 1 free inspection a year, and if they feel they need another inspection, then they can pay for that inspection, but we did lower it to 100 from 150. Child care centers. So as the note says, back in 2010, the actual regulation of child care centers moved to a different agency within Texas HHSC. And when that happened, the Department of State Health Services food inspectors did not permit or inspect child care centers. So with that, this bill says that we cannot charge anybody a permit that is higher than what the state is. So they have taken child care centers out of our jurisdiction. So since they are a highly susceptible population, we still want to work with the child care centers and allow them to request an inspection of their child care center and to charge them the same that we would charge a nonprofit, that $100. So this is the full fee schedule. As I noted before, pools are also conducted by this group. Pool inspections, these fees are not changing. What is new here is a late fee. In the past year, we've had 30% of our pools be delinquent by more than 90 days in paying for their pool permits. And we are hoping that by instituting the late fee, that they will come into compliance and to keep that permit maintained. By law, if you have water in that pool, you're required to keep it maintained, which requires a permit. And it does take a lot of legwork from our inspectors to go out and constantly remind them that they're delinquent on their permit and they need to pay. Previously, we did not have any late fees for pools.
A permit is annual.
Yes, sir.
So if they are 364 days late, they get a $100 fee. If they're 3 days late, they get a $100 fee or fine.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. It's $100 the day. So all of our permits expire on the 10th of a month. So by the 11th of a month, those late fees would come into play.
And these pools, tell me, just give me.
So they're all public and semi-public pools. So they could be operated by municipalities, homeowners associations, other public pools like the YMCA or apartments.
When they're late, I mean, obviously, we're trying to keep the public safe.
Correct.
You're testing. When they request the permit, what do we do?
So whenever you're a new establishment, you request a permit for pools specifically, before they put it into the ground, we have them go through a plan review process. We used to have plan review fees, but the state of Texas does not, so we have taken all of those away. And pools are pretty complicated. There's usually 4 or 5 inspections before they are finished making that pool, because if they put the gunite down, which is what you would walk on in a pool, and the plumbing is incorrect, it is astronomical for them to tear that up in order to fix it. So we go do a lot of inspections that way. Once it's permitted, you get inspected 1 to 2 times a year. We try to do 1 at least in the summer months when it's being used and 1 outside, because there are a lot of violations, say for fencing, or for things coming into the pool yard that shouldn't be there, that allows things to climb over, that needs to be addressed. If they're not in compliance, then they will be closed. If they're with a municipality with an ILA, we'll notify them. We're very good at getting people to come into compliance, and the municipalities don't really need to assist us with people coming into compliance, but sometimes they do. And we don't charge any kind of re-inspection fee for that at all. We just work with them to come into compliance and then reopen those pools.
When they're late on their permit,
They should technically
how
close
often
that
have you
pool.
closed them down?
They do, that is a procedure in order to go and close the pool. Whether they close it or not, sometimes, when you're talking about HOAs, it's hard to get people on site. And
Yeah.
so a lot of times this notification is going outside of that. We don't chain any pools, or anything like that. It's up to the pool establishment to ensure that no one is using that pool until they come back into compliance.
Last year, how many pools did we close down?
I do not have that number for you, sir, but I can get that for you.
Do you know if it was 10, 5, 100 of them? Any idea?
It's less than 100, no.
Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, I understand the need to test it and make sure it's safe for the public. I'm not sure a $100 fine to the HOA is going to make them jump up and go get their thing filed, but I'd be willing to bet a close down would do that. Not that I'm advocating for hurry up and close them down.
Well,
if
we
they're
do
a day
close them
late.
down now. It just takes, we go back numerous times. Like I said, it's over 90 days, that 30% that were delinquent in their permits. Usually, a lot of people think that the pool's not being used in the winter months, so they don't need to keep up with it, even though their permit may expire in the winter months.
This is going to be an incredibly ignorant question. The brain-eating amoeba, as it's described,
Yes, sir.
how often does that come from a public pool or home pool? I don't.
So that is normally, I can answer, but do you want
I mean, haven't we had like some splash pads where we think a
some
kid
splash
got
pads that
from?
can happen with. So what happens is that type of parasite, it can form a biofilm, and so it kind of protects itself. And in splash pads, they don't have continuously running water, so it can allow them to do that. A pool is supposed to be operating and have a higher amount of chlorine in it on a regular basis. Typically, you will see in splash pads or in natural bodies of water that concern. Not that it can't happen at a pool if they don't keep their chemicals straight and it maintained properly, but we have not seen that here in Tarrant County since I've been here, but we have seen it at a splash pad in the last few years.
In Tarrant County?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there anything we can do different to stop that from happening than what we're doing now?
No. The last one was a maintenance issue. They didn't maintain properly what they were doing. So I can't tell you if that biofilm would have been allowed to occur if that maintenance was proper.
How does
or
a
not.
pool prohibit this from developing?
So
Is it simply just running water, or is it chlorine?
there's sanitizer that is approved sanitizers in the pools. Splash pads actually have two methods in which they need to have sanitizers. It's either two sanitizers or one sanitizer, and you can use UV light, some other type of way in order to try to filter that out. Because the water's not constantly moving through them. They're usually push button and activated that way when somebody is wanting to utilize it.
I bet a $250,000 fine for any pool that has a child catch that. I bet that would deter them more than $100. Okay. I would just encourage you to look at that. I know it's not a big, it's not a epidemic here, but is there something we can do to protect the kids? That one, for whatever reason, probably because I have kids, just makes me really nervous.
Yeah, yes, sir, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Anything else?
That is it.
Anything, Dr. Byrd?
I just want to point out that I learned a little bit this morning. Thanks for asking the good questions. But that is all we have, sir.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion on this?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the changes to the Tarrant County Public Health Fee Schedule. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, raise your hand if you're in favor. All right, passes 5-0. Brings us to purchasing, item P1. I haven't even looked at this amount of numbers this morning. All right, P35 has been removed from consent, so it'll be added at the end. I would make a motion to approve P1 through 13.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve P1 through 13. Any discussion, comments, or questions? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approval of purchasing items P1 through 13, raise your hand. All right, passes 5-0. Brings us to then the next number, which is at 14. P14, permission to take bids and RFPs.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that item. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, all in favor of granting permission to take bids and RFPs, please raise your hand. All right, passes 5-0. Next, we do P35, which was removed from consent. P35 is consideration of ID application and subscriber agreement, annual contract for skip tracing software and maintenance in elections administration.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that item. Any discussion? Is there a speaker? No? Anyone have any questions on this? All right. All in favor of approval of P35, please raise your hand. All opposed? All right, so it passes 4-1. T2A was removed from consent, but now it has been removed in its entirety, so we will not address T2A, which brings us to T3G
Move for
from
approval.
consent. All right, motion to approve, I'll second it. Any discussion on this item? I don't know. Any discussion on T3G? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes 5-0. T3H was also removed from consent.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second to approve that item. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, passes 4-1.
I'm actually opposed to G as well.
Can you go back and re-vote or change your vote? How do you do that?
I would suggest
Can you
that
correct the record, or do we have to undo it?
we can simply make a amendment to the minutes when they are adopted at the next meeting to reflect that that was your intent, Commissioner.
All right.
All right. Next, we have appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have any board appointments or commission appointments?
I have two.
Okay.
So for the, I don't know what it's called, Megan. Is it called the Green Brick Freshwater Supply District? Okay, I thought that was today. Oh, never mind. I have none.
All right. Anybody else?
Then I'll take his. I'm sorry. I need to make Catherine Rotter, who's done some great work for Precinct 3 for a very long time. She submitted her resignation for the Keller TERS Board number 2, effective yesterday, and I'd like to appoint Mike Garcia to fill her unexpired term.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second to appoint Mike Garcia to that TERS board. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, next up, briefing item, operational impact of Tarrant County redistricting.
All right, good afternoon, court members. Just a couple of updates since our last briefing on this. We're really down to kind of two items, budget and elections. So during our budget workshop, we had some discussion with regards to road and bridge assets, personnel, and things like that. We did not make any final determinations at those meetings, but certainly those items are still in conversation with the budget office to make those final recommendations as part of the final approval of the budget coming soon. As far as election goes, certainly we had a couple of action items today with regards to voting precincts and the such, and that's really the update I have for this meeting with regards to redistricting.
All right, any questions or comments on this item before we bring up a speaker?
So on the voter registration system, has the updated voter registration system now been fully implemented?
Clint?
And have there been any errors or issues?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. The maps and the precincts themselves, the updates are made, but because these don't go into effect until January 1, they haven't been moved into the voter registration system to reflect. So anybody that were to go to our website and put in their information, it's still going to show that they would be voting in the other commissioner's precinct, because those, or they're not the other commissioner's precinct, but the voting precinct because those voting precinct numbers haven't changed and won't change until January 1. So those changes will be made effective. What we are doing is creating a separate database to then transition it to the post-January 1 precincts prior to that, so we can do the mass mail-outs to ensure that when we mail everybody their voter registration card, they get the information that will be effective January 1, even though we have to have those mailed out prior to the end of December.
So it's not effective now?
The voting precincts, no.
Why not again?
So the voting precincts by law don't go into effect till January 1.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or
Yes,
comments?
just stay up there. So have the new voter precinct maps been published to the public yet?
The new voter precincts, they haven't yet because we just approved those today.
Okay, and what's the ETA?
We're working on them right now, Commissioner.
Okay, so a week, a 5 day, what? 2 weeks, a month?
It should be by the end of the week.
Okay. So you have or have not sent official notices out for voting changes?
We have sent official notices as we're required by the statutes to get to this point. And then we will have to post the notice of the approval today.
Okay. And have voters received any direct notification about potential changes to their precinct polling place that won't happen till January?
I'm trying to understand your question. So
Have
voters.
we communicated to the voters in any way about, you've been moved into this precinct, this is your new commissioner, this is...
No, we have not. We didn't have anything approved. What we're working with IT right now is creating a site where a voter will be able to go in and put in their address, and it will tell them the new precinct that they're in. But we're working with IT to get finish out that development.
Okay, so that kind of goes to my next question about the communication plan. So we're just going to say, you can go to our website and check this out. I saw the little video last time. But is that going to be it? I mean, this is a big change.
So the Communications Department is certainly aware. As I stated last time, the video just gives you a taste of what we've been working on in order to push out the information with regards to this. However, until the site was up and we had confirmation that the site was up and working correctly, we didn't want to push anything out yet because we will be directing people to the site if they want to look up where their new voting precinct is.
So it's just going to be our website. It's just going to be our
website,
assets.
social media channels, all of our normal channels that we have available to us to push out information.
Right, but have we thought about doing paid communications or?
Additionally, Commissioner, when we do the mass mail out, every registered voter that we have in the voter registration system will get a new voter registration certificate, and that will reflect that new precinct number. So they will.
Okay. Have any of our cities or school districts or community partners responded to notifications sent through the mayor's council or delegation briefings?
I have not heard any response, ma'am.
Okay. So we don't have any feedback or concerns? Or
No, ma'am, I haven't heard of any feedback from the federal, state delegations, cities, or ISDs.
Okay. Were those FY26 budget recommendations to each precinct finalized before the August 19th budget hearings?
I'm sorry, which FY26 budget recommendations?
Let's see, to each precinct? I think it was from your last presentation.
So I referenced the finalized recommendations to each commissioner precinct related to the FY26 budget submission. And what we, again, at the budget retreat, we did have some conversation with regards to those, but we were, based on the fact that we did not have an entire court here, we decided to kind of table some of those conversations, work with the budget officer with regards to that to bring back final recommendations.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sirs?
All right, anybody have anything else on this item? All right, we have one speaker, Dr. Valencia Edner.
What an embarrassing day this has been. Such a good old boy backslapping Gotham Knights. The lights went out in Georgia process. That's the prevailing mindset in this court, but let me get to my point. Critical thinking requires more than chasing an agenda. It means asking, what are the ripple effects? Doing your homework before pushing it would have avoided this Keystone Cop atmosphere we keep enduring. Yet your collective pilfered choices prove that you either cannot or will not see them. By redrawing precinct lines, slashing polling places, you have forced citizens already packed and cracked by you to struggle for what should be their birthright: free, fair, and equitable elections. But your politics won't let you care. This is not leadership. It's ambition gone mad. An ambition so blindly that you trample the very people you were elected to serve, but your politics won't let you care. And tell me, how do you rest? How do you look in the mirror and not see the darkness of what you've become? You can close a polling place, but you cannot close people's will. You can withdraw a line, but you cannot redraw our determination. You may try to dim democracy, but we, the people, are the light. And the light always finds a way to shine on, shine in, and shine through. And no one is blinded by good light, because truth will march on.
All right, next item is Tarrant County Sheriff's Office update regarding incidents in the county jail.
We had reached out to the sheriff to request either his office be available for briefing today. We heard back that the sheriff's office was unavailable to brief today. Yesterday, I received 4 specific names as far as information that had been requested to be briefed on today. I have the 4 press releases that were sent out by the sheriff's office related to those 4 names. If it pleases the court, I'd be happy to read those into the record, or I'd also be happy to just file them with the clerk as a matter of record.
You can read them into the record, and we'll just schedule them for a briefing at the September 3rd meeting.
Okay. All right. So the first one was on a gentleman named Charles Johnson, February 8th, 2025. On Saturday, February 2025, a 36-year-old inmate in the Tarrant County Jail passed away at John Peter Smith Hospital following complications from an attempted suicide. The inmate was booked into the Tarrant County Jail on February 4th, 2025 on a parole violation out of Palo Pinto County of multiple sexual assault convictions, as well as failing to register as a violent sex offender. During the booking intake process, the inmate was administered a screening form for suicide and medical, mental, developmental impairments as required by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards and the Sandra Bland Act. TCSO detention officers identified behavioral concerns, and the inmate was referred to Tarrant County MHMR for further assessment. The inmate was screened and cleared by MHMR and assigned housing per minimum jail standards. Per protocol on February 6, 2025, the inmate was once again screened by a mental health provider. It was noted that the inmate did not display any suicidal ideations and was cleared to remain in general population housing. Subsequently, on February 6, 2025, after being cleared by MHMR, the inmate was found unresponsive in his cell by his cellmate. Within seconds, detention officers and JPS medical staff immediately began administering life-saving treatment. The inmate was taken to JPS Hospital, where, despite their efforts, the inmate passed away a couple of days later. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner will release the inmate's name and cause of death. In 2024, TCSO detention officers intervened and prevented 390 suicide attempts. So far in 2025, TCSO detention officers have intervened in 24 suicide attempts in the Tarrant County Jail. All in-custody deaths are reviewed and investigated by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office jail staff, the TCSO Criminal Investigations Division, an outside law enforcement agency, in this case, the Texas Rangers, JPS medical staff, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, and the Texas Attorney General's Office. All media requests on this case should be directed to the Texas Rangers as they are the lead investigating agency.
That was Mr. Charles Stephen Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Charles Johnson.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know if the autopsy report is back?
I do not know that.
Latest? Okay. All right, we'll just
Yes, ma'am.
have him come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Next.
Next up is Kimberly Phillips. February 20th, 2025. On Tuesday, February 28th, 2025, a 56-year-old inmate passed away while under medical care at John Peter Smith Hospital. The inmate was arrested by Grand Prairie PD on January 24th, 2025 for outstanding felony warrants for injury to child, elderly, disabled bodily injury, and obstruction, retaliation. They were transported to the Tarrant County Jail the following day. The inmate was placed in medical housing under medical observation where there is access to 24/7 medical care. On February 15th, 2025, the inmate was transported to JPS and passed away on February 18th under the direct care of medical staff. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner will release the inmate's name and cause of death. All in-custody deaths are reviewed and investigated by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office jail staff, the TCSO Criminal Investigation Division, an outside law enforcement agency, JPS medical staff, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, and the Texas Attorney General's Office. The third individual is Liza Gadlin. This release is dated April 21st, 2025. On Saturday, April 19th, 2025, a 57-year-old female inmate passed away at John Peter Smith Hospital. As per jail protocol, she was evaluated by MHMR and medical staff when she was booked last week. The inmate's history indicates a long-time drug use and chronic health conditions. She was receiving care from John Peter Smith Hospital medical staff during the time she was in custody. She was arrested by the DFW Airport Police Department on April 15, 2025 for theft of property between $100 and $750. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office will determine her cause of death and release her identity. All in-custody deaths are investigated and reviewed by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office jail staff, the TCSO Criminal Investigations Division, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, an outside law enforcement agency, JPS medical staff, the Texas Attorney General's Office, and the Texas Commission on Jail Standards.
We don't have her cause of death.
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
But on all these, if they've been publicly released, I'll make sure that we have the medical examiner's office send that information to the court.
Okay.
And inclusive of this last one. The last individual is Richard Gudkowski. This release is dated August 6th, 2025. On Wednesday, August 6th, 2025, jail medical personnel from John Peter Smith Hospital responded to medical emergency inside the Tarrant County Jail involving a 61-year-old inmate. The inmate was transported to JPS Hospital where he passed away. He was arrested by the White Settlement Police Department for criminal trespass. He arrived at the Tarrant County Jail on July 29th, 2025. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office will determine his cause of death and release his identity. All in-custody deaths are investigated and reviewed by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office jail staff, the TCSO Criminal Investigations Division, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, an outside law enforcement agency, JPS medical staff, the Texas Attorney General's Office, and the Texas Commission on Jail Standards.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
As scheduled, the sheriff to be here next time to give an update on all these cases.
I'll make the request, ma'am.
Anybody else have anything before we bring up our speakers? Nan Terry and Joe Palmer.
Good afternoon. Chandler mentioned it, but I'm going to say my piece too. Since the Commissioners Court last met, Mr. Richard Gudkowski died in the Tarrant County Jail. The Texas Attorney General's death in custody reports his death is August 6, 2025 at 10:47. He had been in jail about a week. He was charged with a Class B misdemeanor offense with a criminal trespassing and had a bond of $500. He was 61. As you know, the National Institute of Corrections Critical Site Visit Report made recommendations to the Tarrant County Jail to improve the jail. One recommendation is on page 11 of the mortality review process. What currently happens is MHMR and JPS have a critical incident review committee, and they meet weekly to discuss this. The Texas Commission on Jail Standards requires the custody staff to review what happened with a death in custody. But near the two should meet. And the recommendation from the NIC is that the custodial staff be allowed to attend the MHMR JPS, their critical incident review meeting. And so that information can be shared against all three groups. And you guys are the leaders of Tarrant County, and you fund or have some role and responsibilities, and perhaps you could encourage JPS MHMR to implement that mortality review process on page 11 of the NIC report. I can't imagine it would have any significant budget impact. The other point, Kimberly Phillips, her death in custody report was malnutrition and dehydration, starvation and dehydration. And another of the recommendations from the NIC report was for a huddle to be done weekly from JPS MHMR to discuss incidents of concern for individuals, including reduced food intake. And since Ms. Phillips passed away due to reduced starvation and dehydration, perhaps you could encourage people to implement that recommendation also. I can't imagine that would cost much. I think they do a weekly now huddle, not daily. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not see Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer's not present, is he? Now we come to public comments. Okay, I don't have it, so we have public comments now. First person to speak on public comments is Darlene Doss. Is Ms. Doss present? Oh, we have Rose Abraham. Are you Miss Abraham or Miss Doss? What's your name?
Rose Abraham.
Gotcha. Okay, no Darlene Doss. Okay, go ahead, Miss Abraham.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rose Abraham. I'm 73 years old, and I am here to share with you guys something that is really important for me that you know and that is going on, and it involves a tow truck company right here in Fort Worth, located on 6754 Randall New Hope Road. These people are seriously conducting illegal activity, and I was a victim of them. I had a Nissan truck, which it was parked properly. They stole it. I sued them. I won the case. They didn't release my truck, claiming that they were going to appeal it. They never did. I sued them again, and they went on a rampage. Every time I had to go to court, I was mysteriously hijacked, and all my court paper were taken. So I had no evidence, and I had to start all over again. That happened 3 times. And also, one of the time, mysteriously, and I said mysteriously because I cannot say specific that they did it, but the connection is very strong. I was hijacked, I was sprayed with something. All of a sudden, I found myself dumped on the freeway. Luckily, a Good Samaritan was passing by, and they noticed that there was a human being. It was not a toy or a doll. An ambulance came, they picked me up, they took me to the emergency room, and little by little, I started remember things. Bottom line, they have seriously been terrorizing me, but I am not gonna stop. I'm gonna seek justice, because I found out that my truck was sold to my next door neighbor, an illegal drug dealer that have also been terrorizing me. I cannot be quiet. I need to speak up, and you all need to know what's going on. I need prayer, and I need help and guidance. Anything that you can do to guide me and help me, it will be awesome. I can't find an attorney. I don't have money. I'm suing them again, and we're supposed to go to court. And I'm appealing the decision of the judge because they have an attorney that have never show up to any other meeting, and they're getting away with it. They don't, I'm pro se, but they don't communicate with me. And every time we have a hearing, they don't show up, and it's okay. So I need an attorney, and I need prayer.
Thank you,
That's
Ms.
all I can say.
Thank you, Ms.
so
Abraham.
much.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Willoughby.
Well, let me start off with first here that the school board, the public comment comes first. Kennedale, White Settlement, Forest Hill, City Council, comment comes first. We're on the bottom here. It doesn't take a minute to move the people to the top. Republicans move people to the top. Remember Reagan? We the people first, okay? Okay, got that back. Secondly, I really don't have much respect for any across the board because you don't answer questions. City Council don't, school board don't, and you don't. Until you start answering legitimate questions, I don't care about redistrictizing, I don't care about those machines or the voting locations, they're irrelevant until you start answering questions. And you don't answer questions, none of you, not one of you, okay? Now, our election in District 5 was rigged. Democrats rigged the election in District 5, 100%. Nothing short of Jesus Christ walking through that door saying it's not rigged, it was rigged. Do you care? Not one of you reached out to ask about it. I went to court. It was dismissed on 91A, which is okay. I'm going to file, however you do it, I'm going to try to appeal it, to go to a different court, because the judge said there's nothing there. Well, I'll tell you what, when the votes go up 4 elections in a row, and it dropped by 50%, something's wrong. A doctor takes your temperature, it drops by 50%, something's wrong. He can't tell you what, but he can say something's wrong. My votes dropped by over 90%. 67 votes they gave me. That's the lowest out of 5 elections I ever got. And I spent $20,000. More money than I ever spent. 67 votes was a joke. This thing's rigged. And don't tell me you care. You speak up about it. You don't care. Or you speak up about it. Our elections is the fabric of this city. Our system. And if you don't care about it being rigged, the redistrictizing, the locations don't mean crap. You gotta fix the riggedness. It is rigged by Democrats. Kat in the voting deal should not be in there. She's got mental problems. She said it publicly. She said she's a radical left-wing Democrat, and she's in charge of the voting. Give me a break. God. Anyway, you people start answering questions. That's one. And I mean the school board, council, city council, across the board. When y'all start answering, this is a partnership I would never want to be in the private market with any of y'all. Never would I enter into a partnership. But I am in a partnership whether I like it or not. And I don't like it. But I've got to start answering legitimate questions. One is Phil Sword. He's got documents on his desk right now showing corruption. 100%. He says, I'm not going to act on it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to answer. What do y'all do? Same thing. You don't act on it. So don't talk like you're really doing something for the people. Don't act like you're something. District 2, you're not. You don't answer either. You're no better than the rest. So as far as my concern about all of you, you're not worth a hill of beans until you start answering people and respecting the public and moving
Thank you, sir.
to number 1. Thank you.
Next is Paul David Williams. It's Mr. Williams here. Next is Amy Super. Ms. Super, you going?
Most of my comments are going to be directed to my new commissioner. I get it. You got a bunch of new constituents that we didn't even have the option to vote for you because you wouldn't have been on our ballot the last time you were running, and you're going to have to work hard to try to maintain your seat. However, you do still represent us. And when I go onto your social media site and I am being directed on videos how and what to say when I call your office based on your opinion on an issue, I'm not comfortable with that. I think that's not representation. Now, to be fair, you've done a really good job of showing us who you are and who you believe you are best capable of representing. And it's not me, and it's not a whole lot of people who are now part of Precinct 2. That doesn't change the fact, again, that you're still our representative. I specifically suggested the last time I was here that you consider maybe toning down some of the hostile ways in which you addressed Tarrant County employees. It's embarrassing. Those are the sorts of things you do in private. I'm not asking you to give them free rein and not hold them accountable when you think that they're not doing something they should be doing or have done something incorrectly, just not in front of this entire group of people. Had I known you'd come after our elections administrator the way you did today, I would never have brought up some of the subject matters that I did. I have a great working relationship with him as a voter, very approachable, very problem-solving oriented. That I was ashamed, and I apologize to him for having done so. I should have known that you wouldn't listen to my suggestion. I would like to also just quickly address this thing with Tarrant County College campus, adding them. So they explained to you that they don't have a room where they can secure it, which is now going to be part of the law. And he also explained that that means that if they can't secure it, that site is going to have to break down, tear up, and set up every day, 12 days in a row, 14-hour days these folks are working. They're getting paid less than people who are working at Taco Bell. You and I are very close to the same age. It is physically demanding to do that. Good luck at finding a crew who is willing to do that. EV sites do not have to set up their own poll sites. Those are done for them. They're set up and taken down by the staff at Tarrant County Elections, unlike Election Day sites where we set up and tear down all of our equipment. You're asking people to do that every day for 12 days in a row. So before you proceed with that, I would ask for consideration for that for the poor people who are going to be saddled with doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carla Palomares. Is she present? Next is Jimmy Blackwell.
Judge O'Hare, it's a shame that the sheriff's office is never available to face the people. Judge O'Hare, I know you are familiar with Joe Louis, heavyweight boxing champion. He coined this phrase: you can run, but you cannot hide. He made that comment when he was getting ready to challenge Billy Conn. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. coined this quote: no lie can live forever. So Judge O'Hara, what are you mega people running from? You all are running from the truth and attempting to hide behind lie after lie after lie. How can the people of this county have any confidence in the decision brought before the people by this court when it's apparent that you, Judge O'Hara, makes the first and final decision based on your ideology? You refuse to include other commissioners in your in your discussions prior to your decision. Now, how can we be confident that the other commissioners will vote with you, other than you have already threatened them, or whatever the case may be, if they go against you? I want to personally thank Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Roderick Miles for their stance against some of the stuff that you bring to this court and before the people. You know it's not based on your discussion with these individuals because you refuse to even include them in your discussions. How can that be sound leadership when you exclude two of your major opposition voices? That's what democracy is all about. Listening to other people, discussing issues with other people, and then making a decision based on that information that you get from those people. You just don't arbitrarily make a decision on your own and then shove it down the throat of the people. And that's what's going on with this commission. That's what's going on with you, Judge O'Hara. This has to stop. I smell a rat.
Thank you,
but
sir.
it miss you three blind mice.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Nan Terry. Is Nan Terry present? She leave? And then Joe Palmer. I do not see Mr. Palmer. Okay, well, I don't have your form.
Well, you skipped me earlier from the section that was on agenda announcements. Why is it on the list of agenda items that you can participate in?
Is he on whatever he's describing?
We do have a form, sir,
Okay.
for.
There. Go ahead.
Thank you very kindly. Give me just a moment to cue it up.
What's your name?
Stanley Johnson, Precinct 1165. So I direct your attention to the rules of decorum that the court has established. I would request that you all periodically, perhaps before each meeting, refresh yourself on them just so that you're confident that they say what you think they say and that they're right in your head and in your heart. One of the things that it states in them is that that your intent is to maximize citizen participation. And I would suggest that perhaps reducing the number of polling places would be the opposite of maximizing participation. It would be reducing it. I don't have a lot more today other than to say the court seems somewhat fractured, if not actually physically, perhaps symbolically. In particular, the two of you in the center and to your right, I guess, seem to be very much at odds. And again, if not physically, if y'all could possibly symbolically shake hands, tone down the rhetoric a little bit in the sense that maybe have dinner on occasion, humanize one another. I think that would serve the entire court better. And I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks, sir. All right, do we have any announcements or comments from the court members? Seeing none, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin promptly at 3:30 p.m. We are now in recess. We are back from executive session. There are two items. One, I think we will take action on. One, we may or may not. The first item is H1. Do we have a motion there?
Motion approved.
All right, we have a motion to approve H1. I'll second. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. That's the lawyer one. Opposed, raise your hand. All right, passes 4-1. Then the next item that was tabled until after closed was item, I believe it would be 10I5. And we did receive a legal briefing, legal advice on that issue. Does anyone wish to make a motion, or do we deal with this in a couple of weeks? All right, so seeing nothing, we will take no action on this item today. We will likely take this up on
September 3rd.
September 3rd. And that is all the items we have to address, so we are now.
May I
we
make
have
one
more
announcement,
thing.
Judge? Just,
Yes.
I neglected to say this at the beginning. Next Commissioners Court meeting, we are scheduled to be back in our normal courtroom
good.
on September 3rd. So AV installation is going very well. We don't anticipate any issue why we would not be in that courtroom September 3rd.
Okay, thank you, sir. We are now officially adjourned.